case study. I can see Henry has his video on already. Good to see you, Henry, and every other person on the call. Like Femena said, for some of you who didn't make the pots, this would be a fantastic platform for you to see the reason why the top 10 are the top 10. And you can always learn from their own presentations and get to listen to the amazing feedback we'll be getting from the judges as well. Okay, good to have you on board. It's a fantastic session. We're going to have another one later in the year for open to the general public. And what we always try to do is to create a community of tech talents springing out from Africa, springing out from the Black community. And we are entrenched in building capacity across the globe. Okay, so let's have an interesting time today. Fantastic, interesting session. I'm here to learn as well. And just like Sebastian said, it's always a learning experience every time. Okay, so cheers, guys, and let's have a wonderful session.
All right. Thanks a lot for that, Adeza. So today is just going to be very strict. We're going to be straight to the point because we don't want to waste too much time on a call. Okay, we don't want to waste too much time on a call. So we're going to jump straight into it. Okay. So firstly, we are going to be having 9 people present. Okay. So based on we had over close to 100 people, participate in out of 600 people that registered. We had over close to 100 people that participated, that actively participated, joined the Slack channel, we're asking questions, so on and so forth. All right. Now, we had close to 40 people submitted, okay? And out of those 40 submissions, we selected just 9 people, okay? Just 9 people. And like Adeza's rightly said, okay, it's not because you didn't do a great job. It's not because you didn't do a great job. Okay. When you see the presentations that was selected, you will get to know why these people were selected. All right. So, these are the things that you are going to be learning. And that's the reason why that's why we actually do this hackathon, so that you can see how to use data to solve real life problems, not just textbook problems or things that you watch on YouTube and so on. This is real life problems that you're using data to solve. All right. So how do you use data to solve this kind of problems? How do you come up with your recommendations? How do you do your analysis? How do you do your bivariate, multivariate, univariate analysis, and so on and so forth? So these are the things that we're going to be looking at today. All right. So it's going to be a learning experience. Okay. I've done my own fair share of hackathons. I think that's the same thing. And we have enjoyed every process. All right. So, enjoy it also. Immerse yourself it's a learning experience for everyone, even including myself. Okay. All right. So please stay on the call, enjoy, send to your friends, send to your family, tell the world that this is what we are doing. Okay. This is what we are doing. This is the community that we are building. So send to your friends, send to your family, let everybody come here, share their own experience, learn from their own experience, so on and so forth. All right. So we have 9 people that will be presenting to us today. Okay, by names, we have Abubakar Rahimat. That's the first person I'll be presenting, actually, followed by Emmanuel Fagbenlijo. I'm correct with the pronunciation. Okay, then we have Henry Eck. We have Mary Anene. We have Matthew Ilori. We have Mohammed Suleiman. We have Olayinka Akerekan. We have Rita Ozo, and we have Shegun Umaru. Okay. So those are the 9 people that will be presenting to us today. These are all previous participants of 10Alytics. Now you get to see the quality of work these guys have put in. Thanks for putting in the time. That's to everybody that participated. Thanks for putting in the time. Thanks for putting in the effort. You guys did a fantastic job. All right. And if we had enough money, enough funding, we would have paid all of you that submitted, but we don't have that. Well, it's a good learning experience. Okay. You can't put a price tag on experience, to be honest. You can't put a price tag on experience. All right. So before, let me just get our judges are in the house. All the judges are in the house. So Elijah, do you want to spotlight all our judges so we can they could just turn on their video. Their video doesn't have to be turned on all through. All right, but whenever the judges are giving feedback, we would like you to turn on your video during the feedback, where you're giving a feedback or you're asking a question. During that period, your video has to be turned on. So in order for us to just put you on spotlight, Sadiq, if you want to turn on your video quickly, all right, so we can actually put you on spotlight real quick. Okay. So just doing housekeeping over here. Okay. Sadiq, Michelle, do you want to turn on your video? Sebastian. Okay, yes. All right. Same Sadiq. Okay. All right. Who else? Let me see. Okay, Michelle also. I'm gonna add spotlight. Okay, that's great. So I still have one more person. That is sorry guys, just give me a second. Okay. Where's our days? Okay. Allow me date, yes, add spotlights. Okay, so our fantastic judges are in the house already. Thanks a lot for taking our time. You know, these are all busy professionals, okay? Putting them on the call at this point in time, honestly speaking, we don't even have the funding for that also. That's another funding that we don't have, okay? But, you know, they've taken out their time to listen to your presentation and give you critical feedbacks and all that. So before we start, yeah, just brief one, you know, 30 seconds intro so that people can get to see, because we're streaming on live, we are live on different of our channels. So people that did not join yesterday, they will also like to meet you, okay, get to know you better a little. So 30 minutes, 30 seconds, sorry, 30 seconds intro, just brief about yourself. So I'll start with Sadiq and then Sebastian.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Thanks for having me again. My name is Sadiq. I currently work at Google here in the UK as a data and analytics specialist customer engineer. I have been in the data industry for close to about 10 years now, about a decade. And then prior to then, I did some bit of software development, software engineering. And just before joining Google, I also worked at Microsoft on the data front. So it's been a mix of experiences from software development, data science, data engineering, data analysis. I mean, we all know that there's a fine line between all those roles. So at some points, we get to do a good number of them. And that is why, you know, we're testing. And that's one thing I love about this hackathon, because we get to test a value chain of all these skill sets, from, you know, analyzing your data, or being the business intelligence, which is visualizing your data, or being the business analyst, you know, knowing exactly what to communicate and how to communicate it with the people that, you know, you want to deploy the solutions to. So that's my career in a bit, and that is what I would love the participants to kind of reflect. The more I see that from the participants, the more I appreciate the work that you've been able to put into it. So thank you for having me again, 10Alytics, and hopefully we have a good array of presentations today. Yes.
All right, fantastic. Thanks a lot for that, Sadiq. Sebastian, I'm going to go to you next.
Hi, good afternoon, my fellow judges, 10Alytics, and all participants on the call. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Oh, great. So my name is Sebastian. I'm a data scientist with University of Cambridge and the Department of Business Information and Strategic Insights. My major is in natural language processing. So aside from that, I'm also working kind of an AI ethic specialist or ethic researcher with the UK government in collaboration with AI Tech UK. Well, today I'm here to learn, as my manner has always been, and just to say that I am also one of you guys in the sense that I've been part of the family for 2 hackathons now. So just feel free, and we're here to learn together. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Thanks a lot, Sebastian. Sebastian is definitely a member. We are all members of the 10Alytics family already. All right, Michelle, do you want to go ahead?
Yes, I'd love to. So I'm Michelle Conway. I have been working in data for about 12 years in London, the UK. I originally started in a maths background and worked as a statistician and spent time working as a data analyst. Really enjoyed it. And then I did a master's in data science a few years ago. So I moved more into that data science, machine learning engineering space, which I really, really like. And I'm currently working for Lloyds Banking Group in London. So I'm on a ML ops team where I'm building models and deploying them into production. I code very heavily in Python, so I did actually do this hackathon myself in my little PyCharm repo. Loved it. I'm a big fan of data and how you can use data for driving business decisions, especially with modeling. It's very, very useful. And one of the key important things is the analysis that goes on top of that. So like your dashboard visualizations are hugely important. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing everyone's presentations today.
All right, fantastic. Thanks a lot, Michelle, for taking our time also to judge on this particular hackathon. All right, let's bring in Olamide. Okay, Olamide, do you want to go next?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, my fellow judges, the 10Alytics team, and everyone on the call. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm always excited when I get the chance to engage young data analytics professionals. That's been like a passion of mine. I normally speak, engage, coach. I always find myself around young people doing wonderful things around data. I'm a banking professional myself. I've been in the banking space for this should be my 16th year. And I've done the last six of being in the data function. Started out in data science, but I sort of like morphed into like analytics thought leader. So today I currently lead the entire data function in Wema Bank, one of the commercial banks in Nigeria. And my job entails a group of fantastic data scientists, data engineers, data governance specialists, visualization experts. And our own mandate is pretty simple: to ensure that we change the face of the organization using analytics. And I'm a thought leader. I just like to be one of the people that would form the thinking and influence the next crop of fantastic young analytics professionals that will come out of Nigeria, out of the African continent. Because I tell you, there are a lot of budding talents that are out there. And I can't wait to see the presentations today and then the greater things that they'll do in future. Thank you.
Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Thanks a lot, Olamide. We have, the biggest, the brightest professionals judging the hackathon today. All right, and we also have very smart professionals that are going to be doing their presentations today. So, like I said, we have nine of them that are currently on the call. So Elijah is our planner, is the administrative business partner for 10Alytics, and is the one that literally put all these things together. So Elijah, thanks a lot. Do you want to say hi to everyone also?
Thank you very much. I believe you can hear me, right?
We can hear you well, perfectly.
Awesome. Super glad to do this hackathon again. We did it in December, and we are doing it again now. And we look forward to doing it again in the UK later this year. So let's, keep our seats tight, and I look forward to the finalists. Actually, it's going to be a wonderful presentation today, and thank you very much for all our judges for accepting to be at this stage. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it.
All right, fantastic. Thanks a lot for that, Elijah. So Elijah is the superstar behind all this. To be honest, he's the one that's created and deployed this particular hackathon. So Elijah, kudos to you. All right, so we're not wasting too much time anymore. Okay, we are going to be creating breakout rooms. We're going to be creating breakout rooms for the participants that are going to be presenting. And the reasons why we are doing this is so that the feedbacks that the judges are going to give the presenters, they don't get to start to improve on their own presentation. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a breakout room to put all the presenters in a breakout room. Okay. And, we're bringing them whenever they need to present. All right. So I would just, Elijah, do you want to, have you done that or?
Yeah, it's been done. So I would just assign. So let me just quickly assign every other person. I was waiting for this session to be over.
Okay. All right. That's not a problem. All right. So just to state again, during the presentation, we don't need to, judges, you don't need your camera to be turned on. Okay, I know it's going to be very, you can just listen, okay? But whenever you're giving your feedback, camera has to be turned on. I think that's just a key thing. All right. All right. So, Elijah, just let me know when you're ready so I can call in the first person. All right. Adisa, do you want to say something so we can quickly move ahead?
Yeah, so I think, like you've covered everything. Once again, we have 10 minutes for the presenters to deliver their presentations, and then another 5 minutes for questions and comments from the judges. Okay, so we want to stick to time as much as we can so that we are able to wrap up in good time and have an amazing session. I think all the criteria for judging, we clearly communicated that yesterday, and the presenters are well aware of how they'll be judged. And I look forward to the first presenter for today.
All right, fantastic. I'm just trying to confirm if we are currently streaming on YouTube, on LinkedIn also. I'm not sure if we have audio.
Right, if you have assigned them to the breakout room.
Okay, all right, that's good. All right, so they're all in the breakout rooms. Okay, so we'll be bringing them out one after the other to ensure that, okay, yes, I can see it here now. Thanks a lot for that, Elijah. All right, so we have all 9 of them in the breakout rooms. Okay, so we're going to be bringing them out one after the other. Okay, then the first person we're going to be bringing out, okay, is no, Sadiq is not part of it. I think
Abubakar. Abubakar, right?
Raimat is the first, yes. So I can see in the breakout room. Okay. All right, so let's bring out Abubakar Raimat. Okay, Abubakar Raimat, if you're there, I'm asking you to mute yourself. Raimat, if you're there, yes, okay. You can turn on your video also, so we can get to see you. All right.
I'll fix it.
Can you see me?
Give me a second. All right. Spotlight. All right, yes, I can see you. All right. So let me I'm gonna make sure the speakers, I want to give the speakers enough space for them to. All right. Yes. So
Okay, I can't share my screen.
okay, I'm gonna enable it. Yes, I've enabled it now, so you should be able to share your screen now.
Okay.
Yes, so you can share your screen. Let us know when you're ready to go. So don't forget, you have 10 minutes to present, and you have 5 minutes. The judges have 5 minutes to ask their questions. All right.
Yes, please confirm if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can. All right, yes, we can.
Okay, so good day everyone, my name is Rahim Abuba. Can I start now?
Yes, you can. You can start. I think your audio,
Okay.
your internet is lagging a bit. You can start. You can go ahead.
Okay, so I have a presentation slide for this presentation today, and I also have my Power BI dashboard. So I created this dashboard on Power BI, but presently I am on Power BI service. Because of the nature of Power BI desktop, it kind of is very heavy on laptops and tends to make a laptop really slow. So I don't know if you can see my screen. I have the total count of country, then the total population. Before then, please, I need to add that these are some of the terminologies we'll be using today. For those of us that are not familiar with GDP and life expectancy. So GDP is gross domestic product, which is a measure of the total economic output of a region. And it is calculated by adding up all the values of all goods and services produced within the region in a given period. So we're working on Africa today. And life expectancy is a statistical measure that estimates how long a person is expected to live based on various factors. So we have our dashboard which this is the total number of country in Africa based on the data we're giving. The population, which is 2.54 billion. Okay, I also need to ask that add some downsides with analyzing my data because of the incompletion of. So the dataset that contains some tables with date review from 1927 to 2021, but some of the tables contain just data ranging up to 2019, which made it really difficult to do a cohesive and accurate dashboard. So having seen that, I decided to use the data from 2010 to 2019 for a dashboard to ensure complete and accuracy of what I'll be presenting today. So whatever you will see on the screen is going to be based on data from 2010 to 2019. And the total population is 2.54 billion. And total GDP for Africa was 23.88 trillion dollars. So minimum life expectancy at birth is 45.60. That's years, 45 years, and the maximum is 76 years, with average of 62 years. So I have the total GDP by region, where Africa is in the region 2019. So I don't have the average expectancy. West. So have a total population, but yes, the highest population. Then the quantity is the region.
Hello, Rahimat. So, can you hear me, Rahimat?
I see non-Africa.
Is it me or maybe our internet is bad?
Everybody in Africa.
I would suggest that she probably switches off her video while she's presenting, because that takes a lot of bandwidth. So she can just present, and when she's done with presentation, she can switch to her video.
Hello.
Hi, Rahimat. Can you hear me?
I'm with you.
Yeah, you have your audio is very poor.
Yes.
Okay, we are struggling to make sense of anything you've been saying so far. All right. So I'll suggest you turn your video off. Okay, put off your video and try again. Let's see if it gets better. But if not, you might have to take your presentation later. All right. So
all right,
put off your video and try to do the presentation again, and let's see if it gets better. All right. Are you still there, Rahimat?
Yes, I am here. I'm trying to start the video. I don't know if you can see me.
No, don't start your video, because I think that's what is making the audio break, all right, because of your internet connection. So put off your video, all right? Share your screen. Okay. Let's see your presentation. And I think you can start the presentation, because we couldn't really hear anything. Your audio kept on breaking.
Okay. Thank you. Please, can you see my screen?
Not yet.
What about now?
No, I can't see your screen, Rahimat. So this is what I'll suggest, Rahimat, okay? You seem to be having internet connectivity issues. So take out time, go sort out your internet, and then let's bring in the next person, okay? So go sort out the internet and show you have, if you can get an alternative network, please do that while we have the other presentations, and then you'll come in later to take your own presentation. All right? All right, Elijah, if you're on the call, can we bring in the next presenter while Rahimat goes back to sort out our internet? I think we have Emmanuel Fagbenle.
Yeah, it's coming in now.
All right. Okay, so just to the judges, we won't rate Rahimat just yet because she'll come back later to take our presentation because of our internet issues. So Emmanuel, who is the second on your list, would be the one taking his presentation now. So Emmanuel, confirm that you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, fantastic. So I'll spotlight you. You can share your screen, and all the best with your presentation. You have 10 minutes to deliver your presentation, okay?
All right.
All right, over to you.
All right, can we confirm that we can see my screen and hear me also?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, great. So my name is Fagbenle Emmanuel, and I'll be speaking on poverty, life expectancy, and GDP across African countries. And the tool I use for this analysis is Power BI. So a brief introduction into this case study. As we all know, Africa is one of the continents in the world and one of the biggest also. And one of the problems Africa has been facing is poverty. And poverty is also one of the #1 SDG goal among the 17. And there's a reason why it's #1, because poverty is not what everybody would like to experience. So let's try and use data to solve poverty in Africa and see whether see the different factors that causes poverty in Africa and how we can improve this and improve the life of everyone. So going further, Africa, which is the mother continent, just taking us through basic numbers from the data set. So we have 54 countries in Africa with 5 regions and a population of 1.2 billion. And we have 7% of people below the poverty line and 92% within poverty and 1% above poverty. And from this data, you can see that quite a number of people in Africa are within the poverty range or within the poverty range and also below the poverty range. So the question, why is the poverty rate high? What can we do about this? What do we do? So the first thing is to look at the income, because your income determines whether you're rich or not. So look at the income of each of these countries and see why they are poor. So looking at the income group and the number of countries, we can see that quite a number of countries in Africa are within the low income group in Africa. You can see low income, we have 44% of countries in Africa are within the low income, and 41% are doing a bit well within the 41% range, and 13% and 2% within the upper range also. So let's dig deeper into this and see why this is. So I'll be going into the regions in Africa also, and based on the poverty. So you can see a thin line here. As people say, there's a thin line between poverty and wealth. So the thin line for this analysis would be the $40, which I put there. So on the left-hand side, we have regions that people spend below $40 a day, and the right-hand side, which is region where people spend above $40 a day. So looking at this and the key insights to this also, consider Eastern Africa and Western Africa. These two regions have the highest number of people that are poor. And I can associate this with the population also. Eastern Africa and Western Africa. Eastern Africa has Ethiopia, which is one of the largest countries in Africa, and Western Africa also, which is Nigeria. And there's a correlation to this also. Because looking at this region of poverty, I did not add the graph to it because it's exactly the same thing. This region in poverty is also the same as the total population in Africa. So Eastern Africa is the most populated region in Africa, and also the poorest also in Africa, and same for the rest also, Western Africa, Northern Africa. And looking also by the right, we have Southern Africa, which is doing well above the $40 margin, and Northern Africa. And looking at the key insights, the major driver for Southern Africa is South Africa, occupying about 90% of people spending above $40, and for Northern Africa, the three major countries driving this is Morocco, Egypt, Tunisia. And just to mention, Congo has the highest number of people living below the poverty line. So people are really suffering in Congo. Going forward, relationship between poverty and life expectancy. So just to point out, the average life expectancy in Africa is 51 years. And we are going to be using this chart to explain the relationship between poverty and life expectancy. So here we have a bubble chart, and on the y-axis we have the number of people, and on the x-axis we have average of life expectancy at birth. And as we can see from this chart, life expectancy is below 48% in most of countries that spend less than $1. And when we go further to look at countries that spend between $1 to $40, that's the visual at the bottom, you can see a difference in this. At the top, you see that the average life expectancy of countries that spend $1 or below $1 is way below 40. Light. Welcome to Africa. All right, so I'm sorry, can I brighten the room, or I should just continue?
Yeah, continue, Emmanuel. We can still see light.
All right. All right, great. Okay, so going on, when we look at the charts below also, we look at the life expectancy. We see that the life expectancy has increased from 48, which we had before at the top chart. You see that most of the countries fall after the 48 margin, with just two major outliers, which is Tanzania and Nigeria. I said Tanzania, that is Ethiopia and Nigeria, which is due to population. And also we can analyze that higher purchasing power increases life expectancy and vice versa. I'm also going to go through the GDP and poverty also. So the average GDP of African countries is 18.3 billion, and also still using the bubble chart to explain this. On the y-axis, we have the average GDP, and on the x-axis, we have the number of people. And countries with people spending below $1 usually have lower GDP than Africa's GDP. So looking at this chart, we can deduce that most of these countries are way below the 10, within and below the 10 margin margin for the average GDP, which is below the average GDP for Africa, which is 18.3. So this shows that when countries, for countries that spend below $1, the GDP is usually low and not high. But when we look at when the purchasing power for these countries is being increased, we can see the average GDP going above $10. You can see some of the countries, Kenya, Nigeria, going way above the $10 billion margin. And this is just letting us know that when the purchasing power is increased, when people are richer, the GDP of the country will definitely increase also, just showing the correlation. And also, this is also a forecast on the average life expectancy at birth by year for the data set that was provided. So a forecast was done with Power BI with 90% accuracy, and showing that life expectancy in 2030 should fall within 68 years, and by 2040 should fall within the 70 years margin. And going forward, also getting insights for the GDP, also 20-year projection also. For 2030, we should have about 66 billion, and for 2024 we should have about 80 billion. If all things go according to plan. And relationship between the GDP and life expectancy. So this chart here shows the relationship between life expectancy and GDP. And from the chart, you can see a correlation between life expectancy and GDP. But then you notice a sudden drop in 2014 to like 2016. Most of these countries, the big countries, Nigeria, South Africa, they had a major drop in their GDP within this year, and which affected the average GDP of all African countries. But this did not directly affect the life expectancy at birth for most of these countries. But then there's still a correlation from the data that once life expectancy increases, GDP too increases, all within the same range. The correlation, I'll say 80 to 90% correlation to that. And ending my observation recommendations, I'll say African countries, especially East and Western Africa, should invest in their economies to improve citizens' standard of living. And also investment should be made on infrastructure, promoting trade and supporting small business to fight corruption. And also improving access to healthcare, nutrition, and education is essential to increasing life expectancy. And a major key thing I'm going to drive on is population. So I believe population is one of the key factors driving Africa backwards to poverty based on the data. As you can see, populated countries have higher GDP, but then because they have more hands to work, but then they have more people living below the $1 margin, which shows that population needs to be curbed and education needs to be provided so that the population at hand can improve the economy. And using Ethiopia as an example, with a very high population, they actually improve the economy by focusing on things I mentioned earlier, like agriculture, development, improving the education and healthcare system. And limitation to the data set, I would say maybe time constraint and the daily income data. I won't say it's incomplete, but then some of the years were missing. But then I just used the most recent data from the data set there. And thank you. Take questions now.
All right, well done. Great stuff. Great work you've done, Emmanuel. Thank you a lot. Thanks a lot for putting in the time to design and also to come up with your analysis, your recommendations, and the limitation time constraints. It's a good one, though. Anyways, let me just go over to the judges, okay, to ask.
Yeah. And one thing, if Emmanuel had just 11 seconds left on the clock, and then you wrapped up. So just at the nick of time. So well done.
Thank you.
All right. So the judges, which of the judges would like to give their feedback? Okay, let me just. All right. Okay, Michelle, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I'm happy to give some. Excellent presentation, really well done, clearly explained. Loved the visuals. You broke everything down very easily and did it chart by chart rather than everything being overwhelmed at once. I did have a few statistical questions. Loved the forecast, it was really good. And I like that you used all the data going back from the 1960s and you plotted it really well and you showed forecasting for going on into the future. Did you just have simple linear models with one feature each, or what did you choose when you were building those models?
Okay, so using Power BI forecast, all I added was the year and the GDP for each of the countries, the column for the GDP into the Power BI. So it did the forecast for me. I didn't do any major modeling.
Okay, cool. It looked great though. Perfect. That was all my questions and points.
Thanks, Michelle. Let's see if we can get Sebastian also. Just Sebastian, do you want to go next?
Yeah, thank you so much. Emmanuel, I'm really impressed with your presentation. Obviously, Hackathon comes with time constraints, so well done. But the little advice in such case like this, all you need to do is to streamline your research into one focus rather than talking everything. And in the midst of it, you now confused me the more. So you talked about African, information said African countries, especially the Eastern Africa. And from the data set, the initial slide you showed us, according to income group, Eastern Africans are among the classes of people with high income. So how can I marry this to what you've actually talked about here? No, not here. These regions in poverty. I think there is one you mentioned about Eastern Africa, or in the data set, because I did the tax myself, the Eastern Africa had more income group. Now, if they have more income group, how did you now, what is the correlation with your recommendation as regards to regions in poverty?
All right. So as I mentioned, for the income group, what I did was I used, since you also use the data set, you notice that not for all the countries, you don't have multiple years, like years spanning from like 1960. So for example, for Zambia, you could have just 3 years, and then country, you have multiple years. So what about the poverty for the particular regions and countries? I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to.
Yeah, I understand. So the only country that was above is Seychelles. They are the only country that are having high income, and they are the only one in that population. Now, I would have expected you to dig deep further into years, because
yes, okay,
you're telling me that South Africa had a greater number, but it's not true across the data set. If you're looking at it across, it's for a specific year, 2010, 2014, 2019, and 2020. So
okay.
the graph here would have been, that's why I say you would have focused more
more,
on a particular area, because this graph is not showing me the true picture of what it is. Because if you look at it from a general broad sense, you'll see that there is a high correlation between Eastern Africa growing up than this. So back to your recommendation. The next question I would like to ask in the recommendation, if you want to go to the recommendation, please.
All right, no problem. Oh, sorry.
Okay, you made mention about infrastructure, promoting trade, supporting. How did you tally this with the findings that you have from your data set? Because I think this is a well-known issue. This is a well-known information, but once you don't give intelligence from the data, you are just saying your own opinion. How did you marry this together?
Okay, so based on the data, I used Google to actually check countries that are in poverty and major reasons why they are in poverty, and linking this also to the GDP also, I get that countries that are in poverty, what do they need to actually come out from poverty? That's why I made these recommendations based on the GDP.
That's why you need to have narrowed it down. That's why you need to have narrowed it down to years. That will give more insights than generalizing. Thank you so much. That was a good presentation.
All right,
Can I quickly chip in something, please?
All right.
I think Sebastian really touched on where exactly I wanted to flag, like where there's some external sources of information that actually influenced your presentation and your recommendation and everything that you've kind of put together. And if there is, was there going to be like a reference that you can give to, like, okay, yes, I was able to cite this, and this is where, you know, that information is coming from. And actually kind of putting that question to you, that was there actually any reference that you thought was beneficial beyond the data set that you provided, and were able to use that to come up with a good solution? But quickly, not to overflow that, I think there is something that you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation, and I understand, being the first-ish person to present, there may be some kind of anxiety, and maybe you lump up some words. But I'm not sure if I'm the only one that listened to that heard this, where you said poverty is the #1 SDG goal. I'm not sure if I heard that clearly. I know you have a slide that was saying something else, but you said poverty is. I'm sure if I go to United Nations website, that's going to be like #1 thing that they're trying to solve. So maybe again, you know, I understand the pressure, and I understand the anxiety and everything that builds up to this, but maybe try and, you know, try and deal with that pressure a little bit, so that you say the correct things, especially when you already have them in the slides.
All right, no problem.
But good presentation anyways. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for the feedback.
I think you're on mute.
Okay, all right.
Efemina, and can I quickly maybe just talk to Elijah, because, or maybe route this to you. My marking sheet is not.
Mine is gone as well, and I've been trying to email him, and it's all blocked.
Yeah, so I'll probably need that ASAP, just so that we can.
Oh, yes, I'm sorting that out now. The next, I'll let you know as soon as it's up, and then you can go ahead.
I'm not sure we can hear you.
You are muted, Femina.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So thanks a lot for that. So yes, we're going to be bringing in Henry Eck next. Okay. So Henry is going to be on the call. So let's bring in Henry quickly, so we don't waste too much time. So Henry is the next person. Just give it a second. It's coming in, and yes, it is in now. All right, Henry Okeoma, I'm just gonna ask you to unmute yourself. Henry, if you can hear me, please unmute your. I've requested you to unmute yourself. Okay. Yes.
Hi,
Please
good afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Can you see me?
Yes, I can. I'm just gonna add a spotlight to you. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, can I share my screen?
Yes, you can. You can go ahead, please. Just
Okay.
nice. All right, please go ahead. So you know the rules, 10 minutes for you to present. So when you're ready, just let us know, and time will start counting.
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can. We can see your screen.
Okay. I'm just trying to tidy up my screen. Okay.
All right. Do you want to go to the start so we can? So your time starts now. All right.
Okay, that's fine. Let me start. This project was centered about social development goals for Africa. We are given a data set, there are pieces that we have to put them together and analyze and draw some inference from it. So I use Python. I'm sorry I did not present. I didn't prepare good visual, but Python is what it is, and we are asked that we are allowed to use that. We were told that we are allowed to use that. So I use Python for my analysis. So first and foremost, I called my data set for the life expectancy. I analyzed that one first. What I did first was I joined the some of the Excel sheets together for me to be able to actually do a good have a good information from the data set. So I called the data set and I checked them. It was fine. Everything was fine, and I checked if there's any missing values in that data set. There was no duplication. So I dived in straight to my analysis. And the first thing I wanted to do was to check the distribution of life expectancy, which is actually the how long people are expected to live. And our focus point is Africa. So in the histogram, we saw that the maximum life expectancy is between the maximum is between 45 years to about 55 years, right? So this is the distribution of people across Africa, life expectancy wise. So I subjected it to further analysis using the skewness and kurtosis, and it was okay. I can see that the insight I had there was that it was almost symmetrically normally distributed, which is symmetrical. For the skewness, and the kurtosis was a less than 3, which signifies it's a platypotic. Okay, so what I did next was I needed to group the country. I needed to group the country by the country code, by the life expectancy. And they gave me this data set here. And I sorted the values. Shockingly, Nigeria was the least in the least age in life expectancy, which is 52.9 years. Well, it shouldn't be 9 actually, but I made it to a whole number, but I didn't do that. But it's about 53 years, 53 years anyway. So I went ahead to perform a bivariate analysis of the data set, which is against the life expectancy of the first 15 countries with the list. So, and I have the visuals as this. So these countries are the countries which we have the least life expectancy, and Nigeria is there. Nigeria is the lowest, and you can see them TCD Nigeria TCD I've forgotten the country code now. So I'm moving further. I further check the countries which have the maximum 15, which is the top 15 countries which have the highest in life expectancy. And I can see Cape Verde there. Cape Verde is leading, then South Africa, Tunisia. Some of these countries are within Northern Africa, and the life expectancy of them is about 70 years, and above. People like Egypt, Libya, Seychelles, Mauritius are above 70 years. Okay. Then next thing I did was I grouped the data of the year with the life expectancy to see if there is a progression of to kind of have a relationship between the year and the life expectancy, history of the life expectancy. And I have my visuals as this. So as you can see that as the year is increasing from 20th century to 21st century, the life expectancy of has been increasing across. So further, I grouped the income group by life expectancy to see taking the mean of life expectancy to see the distribution of income group across Africa. And here I will notice that life expectancy of we have people that have low income have low life expectancy, and people that have high income have high income. Their life expectancy is high, obviously high, and it reduces across the board. So the next thing I did was to check this as well by the region, life expectancy by the region, and I noticed that using the mean as well, I noticed that Western Africa has the least life expectancy, and the Northern Africa and the Southern Africa has most of the life expectancy. Okay. In my multivariate analysis, I as well grouped the region and the income using the life expectancy mean as well. And I had this. So here it's showing me that the Eastern African region have a more distribution of wealth. And Northern Africa and Southern Africa also have a distribution of wealth. And then again, Western Africa, which falls under the West, has the least in distribution of income and life expectancy. So the last thing I did was I grouped the income, age, and to do a multivariate analysis, I grouped the income, the income group, the year, and the life expectancy. And I saw I had a very good visual of this relationship between the years, income group, and mean of life expectancy. And I saw that people that have high income have, since 1960s, 1965, their life expectancy has been above 50 years. And those people, those population, those countries that have low income and lower middle income, their life expectancy has been, in fact, it has been so low, up to less than 40 years, like we saw in the data set. And we can see that the higher the income people have, the higher the income people have, the higher the life expectancy in this case. Okay, the last thing I did was to perform analysis on the counts of income group across the region of Africa. Okay, and I saw that Eastern Africa and Western Africa have higher distribution of low income people among them. Okay, and South Africa is still well distributed, but South Africa records only upper middle income earners. So now here I had an insight. My insight was the Eastern and Western African parts of Africa. The Eastern and Western parts of Africa have most of the low and middle income earnings. What's even in West African region with no recorded upper and higher income. So now I wanted to call the country with the high income within that Eastern Africa. And I saw that it was Seychelles. Seychelles was a country that have the highest income of people. Okay, so now the lesson I did was to analyze it separately, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so the next thing I did was to use Jupyter Notebook as well to analyze my GDP. Okay, so here it was giving me the data was in about 54 rows and 67 columns. There was no way I was going to analyze the data like this. So what I did was I have to melt the data set. I melted it, and then I had some missing values in some countries. So I have to find a way to replace those missing values. Then I called the data set and renamed the data set as df.melt. The missing values were about 495. Then what I did next was to use the median, because the median and the mean was different. So I had to use the median. So I replaced the GDP across the country with the median values. And I had my data set as this for my analysis. Then I called the country with the highest income, highest GDP, which was it was Nigeria, and the country with the lowest GDP is Equatorial Guinea. Okay, so afterwards I did this plot of the GDP. I didn't really get much insight from here as such, but I really don't know how to explain the GDP, but I just left it there anyway. So the next thing I did was to perform a univariate analysis of the counts of low income and high income of people in Africa. And I saw that there are very few of them have high income, and a whole lot of them are in low income earners. Okay. The next thing I did, my bivariate analysis, I did that again, the relationship between year and GDP. And you can see that the GDP, as the GDP is increasing, as the year is increasing, the GDP is increasing, which has a very good positive correlation figures. The next thing I did was to analyze the mean of the mean of the GDP in per region. Okay, so I noticed that using the group by function, okay, of the region. So here I noticed that North Africa and South Africa are the peak in the regions when it comes to GDP. So this goes to tell when I did the life expectancy, the Northern Africa and South Africa, their GDP were high, and as well their GDP were high now and their life expectancy is also high. So now I went further to do a multivariate analysis of the mean GDP.
Your time is out. You just have 1 minute to just give about your recommendation.
Okay.
Yes, 1 minute for that, please.
Okay. I had a lot of insight in the data. So conclusively, I would say GDP has a direct relationship with income of the population as well as the life expectancy. And for the data, we have seen that those regions where we have high GDP also recorded high income as well as higher life expectancy. All countries in Africa basically have a lot to do in increasing their GDP through government policies, local contents, and investments. As this has shown that this affects overall well-being of people and population. So my recommendation is that many regions in Africa need to help and support and improve their income earnings. Perhaps a good way to start would be from countries with low income, such as Western Africa, can learn from Northern Africa what they are doing and implement that in their own country. Thank you.
That's absolutely fantastic. Thanks a lot for putting it. You at the same time, everybody at the same time, and you did this fantastic work. Thank you for putting in the work. Thank you for taking out time to do this. Absolutely fantastic. Thanks a lot for that. All right, I'm going to start with Michelle because you turned on your video first, so I'm just going to allow you to.
Amazing, thank you. Yes, loved the presentation. I actually did it myself in Python in Jupyter Notebook. So I had a few technical questions and pointers. The first question I had is, how did you join the data?
You mean which one? Which one did you mean? Which one do you mean?
Any of it. So there was 3 Excel sheets. How did you join it?
I actually the Excel sheet, I joined it manually in the Excel sheet. I have to do it. I just took 30 minutes out to do it manually because I couldn't figure out how to join it. So I just have to do it manually and put it on Python and load it on Python to start analysis. So I joined it. But I have
so there's keys in all the codes that you can join using Pandas data frame merge just as a pointer.
Yeah.
And then another thing in the Jupyter Notebook, really good plots and stuff. They were great. Really liked them from a statistical point of view. Maybe make use of the markdown tool. There's a little code box where you can make your outputs look a little bit better. You had the context written, but you hadn't switched it to markdown, so it would really pop. And then two tiny little statistical things. You mentioned kurtosis and skew quite a lot, but didn't explain what they were. And you also mentioned normal distribution, didn't explain what that was. And you mentioned about flipping between the mean and the mode, but couldn't explain why. So when you have a normal distribution, your mean, median, and mode will all be the same. But when you have a skewed distribution,
I was rushing. I was
but it's part of the storytelling.
Yeah.
Great presentation, but don't forget, when you mention something technical, tell the story with it. Okay. Excellent presentation, excellent things, just a few bits, the points of improvement, but really well done.
Thank you so much.
I think Michelle kind of covered a lot of the things that I want to say. One is you were mentioning a lot of technical jargons where, you know, they were not explained. And, you know, for someone who is, let's say someone like me, who probably is an maybe an analytics manager, but I don't want to know about the codes. I just want to listen to, you know, what inference you have. There is a bit of, you know, a lot of technical jargons that I probably don't understand, but you do. And it's good because I could see the energy, the enthusiasm, the work that you put into it. I would say that it's good to write a lot of those codes. But to me, again, it looks like you're explaining, there's more of explanation of the code than explanation of actually what it means to a non-user, to an end user. And this is where, you know, the balancing has to come into place. And again, I should mention that this is also the trap that is set by using an actual IDE to do this kind of things, because there is always that you know, that energy to want to do more of the code side and, you know, present from the code side than rather, you know, the low level analytical person who just wants to see, you know, what's this graph? What does it mean? How does it impact what I kind of know? How does it challenge what I think I should know? You know, that's one thing. You mentioned something about joining again. I think you already said that. But other than that, I think that I would be honest. I think for me, because this is presented in an IDE, I really don't get the flow of broken down. I mean, we all saw the requirements that we saw that the judges would be looking out for. Like, okay, so how do you move from, okay, analysis, and then, okay, yeah, inference, and then the insight, you know? I don't see that clear. There were some points that midway through your code explanation, there were actually some places where you had insight. So how do you want me to bring that to the bottom of the presentation where you already have another set of insights? Where do I, you know, concentrate my energy to know that, oh yeah, this is what you really mean? And, you know, I think presentation wise, there's a lot that could have been done in that realm, but I believe 10 hours is not really a good enough time to put all those things together, especially coming from, you know, an IDE perspective. But honestly, I appreciate the coding part because I know it's not really easy. Actually joining two data sets together, you can spend hours on it. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for that. Okay,
All right.
quickly. If you can just give us 5 minutes.
Hi, Henry. Let me start by saying I see that you've actually put in a lot of work into this. Okay, I know what it is to like have just like 12 hours, or is it 10 hours? Here it is.
10.
To have a case study, write the Python code, have an understanding about it, and then come here to present it. So I have I can imagine what you've gone through in that, but it's actually important for you to take a lot of the learning points that the judges have been sharing with you today and use that to improve. I think first and foremost, when you do case studies like this, or you do projects like this, and you have the opportunity to present, being somebody from the industry as well, there is no way you would want to present to maybe stakeholders that you want to maybe buy into your recommendation or buy into your idea, and then you present it from the IDE. It's important that you use tools like PowerPoint. It's so key. Okay, it's even a lot difficult for you to present something like this if you're also using Power BI. So it's important that I remember I once did an interview that I had a case study, I did to do an EDA, but then I wasn't even going to present it, but then I gave the output in the PowerPoint. Okay, Michelle mentioned a very key part, storytelling. Okay, as you master your technical bits in being able to use Python, R, or whatever your own tool might be, you need to be able to translate that output into a simple story Okay, because it's clear that you understand how to go about it and break down the questions. But then when you have the opportunity to now present it, you need to make your story seamless. You need to annotate it properly, pick visuals. I've seen people that would probably even take some of the clear visuals in Python and then put it in a PowerPoint slide and make it very, very simple. When you're about to present, always have the watchword of simplicity. But it's important that you understand that there has to be a connection between that which you have done and those that need to hear it. I think it was Sadiq that was saying that, you need to slow down on a lot of the technical bits and have storytelling it's a lifelong thing that people learn. So trust me, I don't want you to feel that, okay, maybe you've not gotten it right here, but just make a decision to commit to that part. And trust me, by the time you blend storytelling with your technical skills, you'll be tough to beat in any hackathon any day in future. Nice one.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Sorry, please. There's something I quickly want to say. It's just less than 20 seconds. There's something you mentioned that this is what you have in you use Python, and this is as much as Python can get, something around that line. I want to quickly tell you something about that. I wrote it down. It's actually the first thing I wrote down, which was there are a lot of visualization libraries in Python. There's a lot of combination of libraries that you can extend the default behavior of Python, and it will actually generate not only good visualizations for you, but interactive visualizations that you have some things and you can click over your mouse and then see like the data behind it or something in terms of a behavior that could change. So there's a lot Python can do beyond what the default Python is. So please try and use that maybe next time you want to use Python.
Okay, I just wanted to mention that I'm just like a 3 weeks old in Python. I did all this, so I really don't really know what else to do. Just 3 weeks.
Sorry, if
All right,
can I just jump in?
And I was
our
trying to be quick
participants.
about it, so that's why.
No, it's fine, Henry. It's absolutely fine. It's just feedback, okay? Just for you to take in and improve yourself next time. All right. So they've given you all the Sebastian, just if you can do this because we have just 5. Okay.
Definitely, I'm going to do that. Well, Henry, well put together. Everything the judges said are all what I have written down. Now, but the only thing I want to say is just a recommendation, and for all the viewers who are actually listening to us, because this is a learning call. Now, telling a story out from a big kind of an analytic can be difficult. That's the truth. I've been in that position, and I believe code judges would testify to that. But where do you start? You first of all adopt a framework. There are different frameworks in data analytics. We have the Cribs DM there. We have the Fasari there. We have about 6 of them that you can, so that it will help you to streamline your train of thought. Then once you're done, you look at the data side of things. Before you even go to Python or Jupyter Notebook, study the data set. And from that data set, you raise what I call hypothetical questions. You generate your hypothetical questions from the data, then get back to the data and start solving those hypothetical questions. From there, you start narrowing down your train of thought in that regard. And just to let you know, in case if you're not aware, that Jupyter Notebook comes with a powerful presentation that you can use and build your presentation while you are coding on the spot. So you may want to use it and try it out.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't know about this.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, Henry, thanks a lot. I think you've done a very great job. Okay. You did bivariate, multivariate analysis. You've done very good. Okay. So it's just for you to take in the feedback and, improve yourself. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay. So you've done a great job. Thanks a lot for putting in the work. All right. So judges, please, you can rate Henry. You can start to rate Henry while we bring in Mary and Nani. Okay. Mary, I've brought Mary out of the group. So I'm going to just spotlight you so we can start your presentation. Okay. So bring you in.
All right. So I think before Mary starts her presentation, the judges can take out time to rate, I think, Emmanuel, first of all, and then Henry. Okay. So that we don't have it pile up. So the sheets are available now for you to do the rating.
All right. Fantastic. So Mary, are you good to go?
Yes, I am.
Okay, fantastic. That's good. All right. I'm just going to put you as the only person so everybody can see you. Okay. All right, just let me know when you're ready so I can start a timer. All right.
All right. I'm ready.
All right, you're good to go. Bye. Thanks.
Okay. So my name is Mary, and the tool I use for my analysis is Power BI. The purpose of this analysis is to dive deep into the major causes of poverty, life expectancy, and GDP in Africa. These are the key influencers that we are going to be looking at throughout this analysis. So first of all, I'd like to dive into an overview to understand what our data set is actually talking about. So from this view, we can see that there are over 800 billion people that are living in poverty. 538 million of them live under $1, and 226 million people are living above the actual poverty line. In this map over here, we can see the gross total GDP of various countries. From the color difference, we can note that majority of African countries are living well below average GDP, leaving very few countries performing well GDP-wise. What regions has the highest number of people living in poverty? West Africa has the highest number of people living in poverty, followed by Eastern Africa. West Africa has a total number of 103 billion people living in poverty. Is this a population problem or is this a management problem? Now we look at which income group has recorded the highest GDP so far. The lower middle income group has recorded about 36 trillion GDP over the period of 1980 to 2021. We also look at some overview for these KPIs, that's poverty, life expectancy, and gross domestic products across Africa, where we look specifically at various countries and top 10 countries in being key influencers in these various areas. For the average life expectancies, we see Egypt as the top participant, the top performer in average life expectancy, followed by Morocco. What is Egypt doing different from other African countries? Because majority of African countries seem to be below the average life expectancy. 10 countries with the highest population of people living in poverty, also Egypt. What has population have to do with life expectancy? How does a country have a high life expectancy, and how does it still have high number of people living under poverty? Nigeria also has about 5.9, approximately 6 billion people living in poverty. And also the top 10 countries in Africa that has the highest GDP comes with South Africa with $9.5 trillion over the period of time, and Nigeria with $8.5 trillion over the same period of time. Now we are going to look at how these key indicators influence one another and how we can derive more insights from this data. In this analysis, we look at GDP, people living under poverty, and life expectancy side by side. We can see that some countries that have high GDP also have high population of people living in poverty, as well as keynote of high life expectancy, mostly below average, and some very well above average. Countries like South Africa, who have a high GDP, have a very low poverty, people living under poverty, compared to countries like Egypt and Nigeria. What are these countries doing differently, and how can others emulate from it? So here we see that where we see a comparison of GDP versus total number of people living with poverty. How do these two factors influence each other, and how can we make sense of it and how they play a role in the key influences in Africa? From this chart, we can see that majority of countries live below the average GDP rate, as well as below poverty line expectancy. People living in poverty, sorry. So from here, we can also see that there are some countries who live above average GDP, as well as above poverty line. South Africa is one of them, although the gap it has between it and countries like Egypt and Nigeria seem to be very much. In Egypt, we can see that they have high GDP, but yet very high poverty rates. Same with Nigeria, high GDP and high poverty rates. Can we say this is an influence of population, or we can say it's an influence of mismanagement of income or economic growth in the countries in Africa? How does poverty rate influence life expectancy? From this chart, we can see that majority of African countries also experience low life expectancies, being that in this line, the group of people that are here have negative below life expectancy, as well as low number of people living in poverty. Here we can see that Egypt is an exception, being that it has high life expectancy and high number of people living in poverty. Nigeria, on the other hand, has below average of life expectancy, as well as high number of poverty of people living in Nigeria. What can African countries learn from countries like Egypt or countries like South Africa in terms of GDP, low poverty rates, or in Egypt, high life expectancy, while maintaining high GDP rates and high life expectancy? Now we're going to trend before we look at some of the recommendations. The trends we can see here shows the trend over time of population of people living under poverty. From the get-go, the data set shows that most people have lived below poverty line. Most people have lived below the current average poverty rate from 1980 to 2009. But from 2010, we can see a very drastic upward trend, which has been consistent for the past 10 years. And from this little forecast that I showcased here, it shows that this trend is not about to go below the average or return back to where it was in 1980. So some things that we can look at here is, how does a country who has this consistent growth of life expectancy, how does a continent with consistent growth of life expectancy continue to have drastic growth of people living in poverty? Here are some of the factors and recommendations which I have looked at. Okay, this is not working. So for my recommendation, what are some of the factors that influence trend? Some of the factors I believe that influence these trends is corruption, lack of management, poor governance, poor infrastructure, and high population. And some of the recommendations which I have looked at is economic development based on the GDP. A lot of African countries are living below the average GDP rate. There is need to focus on promoting economic growth and development across all income groups in Africa, with specific attention to the lower and low income groups. This can be achieved through targeted and effective policies, investment to improve GDP, create employment opportunities, and reduce income disparities. Poverty elevation, implementation of comprehensive poverty reduction strategies, particularly in regions with high
Hello, Mary.
poverty.
Mary, you have 1 minute
Yes?
to wrap up. 1 minute to wrap
Okay.
up your recommendations. Okay.
Generally, some of the recommendations I will give is to improve infrastructure, improve government and management, reduce corruption, improve awareness on healthcare. If the population is a problem, I believe educating individuals and citizens on how to cut down, on how to promote smaller family sizes to be able to sustain the economy and elevate people from poverty, maintaining good healthcare to improve the life expectancy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mary. Wonderful. Good to have you present to us today. Okay, so just stay on while the judges will give you feedback. I can see Sadiq has his video on, so I believe you have something to say, Sadiq. Please go ahead.
Just a couple of questions for Mary before I dig into some of my observations. Mary, what's the current population of the world?
Over 7 billion.
Okay, 7 billion, 7.88
Yes.
billion. Okay. What's the current population of Nigeria? I mean, at least, you're from Nigeria, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what's the current population in Nigeria?
Over 200 million.
Okay, yes. So before I give my feedback, I wanted to ask those questions just so that I know how much what we know generally as a general information influences what you were doing as you were doing them, so that you're kind of, even without looking at the data, you're able to validate some of the results that you're getting. Honestly, I enjoyed the fact that you were using a live presentation, Power BI, to show some of this data. This is courageous. I love it. I love to see the visuals, the countries, as you're migrating from the moment you started. As I saw home, overview, countries and region, I was like, yes, you are going to take me through a journey of a story that you're going to tell, because I'm ready to listen to you from start to finish. Like, this is how I want your organization to be. And you did that. The only problem that I had was that the facts that you're giving me doesn't seem to correspond with the data that has been presented to you. If you look at, I mean, even from overview, I see 800 billion. I mean, this might not really be what should be there, but I mean, by looking at it, that, oh, okay, we have 7.8 billion people living in world today. Total population of people living. I don't know what is behind that ellipsis, but sometimes it's good to reflect correct data. And this is just one out of many. I think there was a time you quoted Nigerian population as 5.9 billion population. There was a time you're saying life expectancy. Honestly, I would love to live for 150 years, but 3.4 thousand life expectancy, I think I would like to go for that as well. So what I'm saying in essence is that, you have an excellent layout of presentation. Honestly, I won't take that from you. But the fact that the data you're reflecting on your visuals doesn't reflect that, tells a bit about how much, how much you're trying to compare what's in real life and things that I know that to what you're getting from your visuals, because that could have been the first stop and check. Yeah, that's what the only problem I have was the data part, which was reflected on your visuals. But other than that, you had a good presentation. I think maybe repeating and repeating, it gets boring when I keep hearing life expectancy. Maybe there's a way to kind of reduce it a little bit, just so that you're very coherent. You tell a story, you mention things maybe just a few times, and people are able to get along with you. But other than that, good presentation for me. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Sadiq. Michelle, you want to say something?
Yeah, absolutely. Mary, you did amazing. It was really well done. And like Sadiq, I loved the visual, like the graph of Africa at the start really helped bring it in. It drew the visualization and the eyes to it. Fantastic, really well done. The only two little bits that I would bring up is you had a graph with bubble charts, and they also had the 300 billion and people living in Africa, and then they had 2 graphs above it. I'd maybe like split it out and just have a slide with just the bubble chart, because they were really good. I felt like there's a lot of information that you could have drawn out of that as part of the storytelling. I do appreciate time was very constrained, so don't worry. It looked really good. So just more insight on that would have been really good. And as well as I liked the way you told the story with, you had the regions clearly brought out, and you looked at the GDP, or you looked at the poverty, and you looked at the average income, which was good because you were telling it, but was just bring it more to life. And as you're going through the slides, pick out 1 or 2 examples as a story would really help. But loved it. It was really well done. So fair play. It was great.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, Sebastian.
Well done, Mary. This is absolutely amazing. I love what you've just presented. The first on the list is what Sadiq just mentioned, and that is paying attention to details. And you need to take this to heart, because it's very easy for one to build analytics and without paying attention to details. You've already known the population of the world, and when you now come to your data set and you see that it's 800 billion, and I believe where you made that mistake, because I used Tableau, Power BI, and Python to do this task, and I believe I spotted that. I wanted to even reach out, is this data wrong? But I discovered that if you don't take, when you do your joins between the distribution population and the GDP, some aspect of it will fall off from your from the left join. And if you don't take note of it and join them together, this is going to the values, and you see multiple details inside your data set. For example, what's the name? Egypt. About 18 lines of them. I'm not liking what's going on here. So that's how I spotted it. So you need to pay attention to level of details. Now, you talked about life expectancy. Did you observe that the life expectancy changes every year for all the countries? Did you observe that?
Yes, I did a trend for that.
Okay, but I was expecting more but don't you think it's an abnormality? I mean, how can this year life expectancy is 40, next year is 41? Do you think so? Okay, that's fine. I don't want to put you on the spot, but this is how you build your data intellectual curiosity. When you find out such anomalies from the data set, how do you approach it? And again, the recommendation in question is still not tiring to the insight. Probably because I mean, I can imagine what my boss will be telling me if I make this presentation, beautiful insight, and from the recommendation, I'm not tying it back to my presentation in terms of values, figures. Probably when you spotted out something, you give recommendation immediately, you spot out, you give recommendation. Rather than at the end of the recommendation, you'll be giving a known information. All those informations are there on the internet. But what is the information from the data, and how do we strategize in building this forward? Overall, you did a very good. And the third is visual analytics. You had a good visuals, but if you click on the tab, the influencers, you can see that you are trying to show a relation. Can you just click on influencers tab? You'll see that there is a science of visuals. At that point, I was understanding what you're saying, but I can't really pick it out from the slide, because you see some of them clustered, some countries clustered. You're telling the story, but I can't see it there. And that's one thing about visuals. It looks, I mean, yeah. So look at this part clustered, and you now had to use tooltips to add to make sure that the informations are there. So I'm like, okay, so after Ghana, I mean, from the left, the Ghana, what other countries can I even see? Even assuming you didn't say it, I won't know the countries that are clusters within this area. So using the right visual type in a presentation, which would drive the insight of what you are trying to show, is very, very key, at least for a data analyst or a data scientist. Thank you so much, and a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Sebastian. I think we'll be moving. I don't even, Lamide, you have anything to say, maybe for 30 seconds because of time?
Mary, I noticed you're a bit nervous, right?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. So that's one thing you need to get over when you're trying to present to anyone. Okay, boldness. It's not beyond the technical skills. You have to also learn the soft skills of being able to present confidently to any audience, whether virtual or physical. Okay. The other thing I would want to just point out in your visuals, go research the principle of white space in data visualization. All right. The other judges have said it. You had fantastic visuals. I like the way the flow was. I like the sparse use of colors, just 2 tones. Everything in that was good. But to go from good to perfect, okay, to research the principle of white space and then look towards being able to use key influencers in Power BI, right? Key influencers and decomposition tree. That can also give you like some deeper insights to be able to like link your visuals to your recommendations, okay? And then just you have the stuff already, trust me. All right, when you have the chance to do this again, just be confident about it. Nice one, well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olamide. Once again, well done, Mary. Fantastic job. Okay, so you can sit back and listen to the other presentations. Okay, for the judges, please ensure that you've completed the rating for Emmanuel, rating for Henry and Mary. Okay, so we have the next presenter. Elijah, can you bring the next person on board, please?
Yes,
Yeah,
Matthew.
if you have done that. All right.
Okay, Matthew, do you want to switch on your video? Do you want to switch on your video so I can spotlight you?
Yes, if I'm in.
Okay. Okay, yeah, all right. All right. All right, Hilary Matthew. Okay. I'm the superstar now. All right. So, Hilary, do you want to share your screen quickly so we can start counting for you too? Okay. So just let me know when you're ready, you're good to go, and give me enough space.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. All right. The time starts now.
Okay, thank you very much. Good day, everyone. So the aim of the analysis for the hackathon was basically to develop insights and recommendations for key government stakeholders on how to improve the economic and social conditions of countries in Africa. And to tackle the issue of data cleaning and transformation, basically used by.
Sorry, Matthew. Sorry, Matthew. Just a second. Your audio is a bit muddled up, so your voice is not very clear. You can turn off your video if that will help your. I think it's an internet thing. So you can turn off your video, all right, and you can just do your presentation after.
Is it better now?
Yes, it's better now. Way better.
Okay. Please, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So can I start?
You can go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So I said the aim of the analysis was basically to develop insights and recommendations for key government stakeholders in order to provide solutions to the economic and social conditions of Africa. And to tackle the issue of the data cleaning and transformation, I basically made use of Python. And I noticed that about 2 of the data sets given were in long, wide data format actually. And I just converted them to long data format and I performed most of the data cleaning there so that I won't have any issues. And I imported everything to Power BI and I created reports. So this is basically the first report, which basically shows the regions. It basically shows the region's relationship with gross domestic profits. So we can see from the first card, we have like region with the highest GDP, which is Northern Africa. The country with the highest GDP, sorry about the wrong title, is South Africa, while the region with the lowest GDP is the country with the lowest GDP is Sao Tome and Principe. Very sorry about that. So we have a map here that basically shows us the GDP across high-earning countries. So what I basically did was I filtered out the high-earning countries across the continent, and I just filtered out 10, and I just basically looked at their regions and the income group. So we had about, I think, 5 income groups actually, and I just filtered out and I looked at the income groups of those countries. And one of the interesting things was that most of the countries in the top 10 were North African countries, and South Africa and Nigeria were the only countries that came from Southern Africa and Western Africa, respectively. And most of the countries on the map have a lower middle income grouping. So here we could see the distribution of the income groups. We only just have one country in Africa that is in the high income group and about 7 in the upper income. Then down to the line charts, we can see the GDP across different years. So basically, I've been trending. And one interesting thing to note is that from 1960 up until 2021, basically there was a significant growth. But one of the most interesting things to note is that in 2014, the GDP of the continent basically peaked. With further analysis showed that Angola, Nigeria, and South America were actually like the largest economies in 2014. And interestingly enough, Angola up until this time was not really doing well in GDP rankings across like for the last 2 decades up until 2010 and peaked in 2014. So the next thing is to look at is the life expectancy. So the first card we have here is the region with the highest average life expectancy, which is Northern Africa. And this certainly makes sense since the GDP of the Northern African region is actually the highest. Then we have the country with the lowest life expectancy, which is South Sudan. Then country with the highest life expectancy being Seychelles. And Seychelles is also the only country in the high income group. So here we have the bottom 5 countries by life expectancy. We have Chad, Niger, Sierra Leone, Mali, and South Sudan. It's important to note that the average life expectancy for these 5 bottom countries is 43. So the life expectancy at average for these countries is 43. While for the top 10 countries by life expectancy, the average for the top 5 is 63 years. And the interesting thing to note here is that most of the top 5 countries, about 2 of them belong to the upper middle class. Then we have 1 higher middle class, then about 2 lower middle classes. Basically meaning that these countries basically performed better than majority of the continent. It basically leads us to the question of what is actually the correlation between the GDP and life expectancy. So here we have a scatter plot that basically gives us a bit of insights about the GDP versus the life expectancy. So, generally, it can be noted that countries with higher GDP have higher life expectancy, generally. Of course, it differs across some of the regions, but generally it can be noted as such. Then the next thing to look at is the average life expectancy by year, which was increasingly low around the 1927s up until the 1950s, where we saw a very rapid increase up until the 20th century. Then it dipped at 2021 with an average life expectancy of 62.79. Now, moving on to the poverty issue in the continent, the region with the highest population above the poverty line is Eastern Africa. And it's important to note that if we go back to the region chart, the map chart, you notice that, like I said earlier, most of the countries on the map, in the top 10 countries with the highest GDP, most of the countries were from Eastern Africa. We have the country with the poorest population. Poorest population meaning people earning as little as $1 per day is DR Congo, while the country with the richest population earning between $40 and above is basically Ethiopia. So basically, I have a trend that shows the population between the poverty line. And at 2021, the population of Africans between the poverty line was more than 50% of the total population, basically meaning that majority of Africans are poor. Then going down to the population above poverty line, we see that in 2021, there was a significant increase a very sharp increase from 2013 to 2014. Then also a very big decrease from 2014 down to 2017. Then it increased again very fast, then reduced also. So in 2021, the total population of Africans above the poverty line, meaning Africans earning $40 and above, was basically 67,880. And this basically accounts for just 0.49% of the total population. also pointed to the fact that majority of Africans are poor, because according to the United Nations, the total population of Africa as at 2021 was around 1.34 billion. And looking at the amount we have here at 2021, those basically points to the fact that African, most countries are basically poor. Then going down to the scatter plots, GDP versus population, basically trying to look at the correlation between the poverty lines and the GDP. It is important to note that countries with low GDP, this chart is basically showing the countries with the lowest GDP, by the way. So countries with the lowest GDP and also having the highest population generally tend to have very, very low percentage of their population earning above 40 or between $40. You can see for Sudan, which is basically one of the poorest countries, having a population from the two tip, you see that it's 0.1 population above the poverty line. Then we can see for Ethiopia 0.08, then for DR Congo 0.01, which is basically terrible. Now looking down to the inside, going down to the insights rated basically. So we have that Seychelles in Eastern Africa was the only high income country recorded in Africa, and it also had one of the highest populations living above poverty in 2018, 2013, 2016, and 1999. And South Africa had the highest African countries for most of the years included. And she also had very little amount of her population earning below or within $1. It was also observed that there was a very strong correlation between income groups, the GDPs, and life expectancy, as shown in the poverty line report. Countries with low life expectancy like South Sudan were very low income generating states, while countries with high income, countries like Seychelles that was basically grouped in the high income group had the highest life expectancy of about 64. It is also observed that there was also a very strong correlation between the income group and poverty line. Countries like Chile and South Africa, which are basically in the high income and upper income groups respectively, having about 7.76% and 5.39% of their population living above the poverty line. Now, this isn't actually a very good statistics for Africa generally, but just showing that compared to other African states, Seychelles and South Africa are basically the forerunners for their population living above the poverty line. We also had DR Congo that leads to 0.01% of our population living above the poverty line. And majority of the vast population of Africa are poor, as noted from the scatter plots. And average life expectancy for most countries with large populations earning around $1 is 47. And majority of the Africans, as well as stated earlier, while the Middle Africa generated the lowest gross cumulative profit followed by the Southern Africa, this trend was consistent for more than 2 decades, with 2 regions having the highest population of people earning less than $3. So going down to one important thing also I noticed was around, sir?
You have 30 seconds more.
Okay, so now going to the recommendations. For the recommendations, I recommended that countries with gross domestic profits should lower gross domestic profit should implement sustainable development programs in order to improve the economy of the lower ones, basically improving intra-community trade across the African borders, and also infrastructure development and private sector engagement should be encouraged. And one other important thing I recommend was financial inclusion, basically meaning that there should be a lot more investment in financial services like banking, microfinance, and insurance, especially in the rural population, so as to carry along majority of the population who are vastly illiterate, who basically just engage in farming, to be also carried along with the financial improvement of the country. Because of time, there are a couple of more recommendations, but I won't be able to go through them. But thank you very much.
All right, wonderful stuff, Matthew. Thank you a lot for putting this together. Also, thanks a lot for taking our time to do this. Really appreciate you. So let me just bring in Michelle. Let's see, video is on. All right, Michelle, you can go ahead, please.
Ooh, thank you very much. It was an excellent presentation. I really enjoyed it. I actually gained the most insights from your presentation than from the previous ones. I think it was due you broke things down very simply by looking at the region with the highest population, you know, what country had the highest population riches and stuff. And then as you were doing the live presentation, that changed. So I gained a lot of insight while you were presenting, and it was really well done. Like the choice of bubble charts, the colors to go with it. The only slight suggestion I would make was maybe orange and black aren't the best for presenting. I have all my stuff in dark mode, like my Outlook, my IDEs, but for the presentation, maybe a slight change in color scheme would probably have worked best, especially just for the text, and just the dark background didn't pop the charts as much. But other than that, it was brilliant and wouldn't change much, and very well done.
Thank you very much.
All right, fantastic. Thanks a lot. Do we have any other person that would like to, any other judge that would like to give the feedback? Sadiq?
Yes. When you started, I didn't expect so much, because I didn't get as much of introduction to the context of what we're getting into as much. But the moment you started and you started, you know, analyzing the region, the life expectancy, I mean, I was really captivated. So I would have said that, you know, a little bit of, you know, background, you know, a bit of story around what the topic is all about and what we're going to get from your presentation would have actually captivated me more right from the very start. But I mean, from that point onwards, it was fantastic. The other thing I would say, just one thing I want to point out is scaling your graph, right? There's a bit of skill that I didn't see. Even if there's just a value of 100 where you have a value of 2 million, 10 million somewhere, there should be an avenue for me to see that 100 is something. It's quite significant. If it's not there, then it should be 0. So if you look at your graph on the poverty line, that's where it's much more significant. There's a part that, yeah, if you look at the right hand side, that 40, that 30 to 40, that's 20 to 30. I started seeing values on you know, 10 to 20, you know, dollars. And that's where, you know, that significance of a thing comes into play. If you could scale that, I think there is this logarithm scale that you can do for some of this charts, where even if the value is small, it will take into account of, you know, the higher value and the lower value, and someone will be able to see that, oh yeah, it exists. So other than that, I think, and the introductory part that I probably didn't get so much, I think everything was fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I go?
Yeah, Sebastian, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Well, well done, Matthew. I mean, this presentation is wonderful in the sense that the insight you generated makes a whole lot of sense with your quantitative analysis within that. So when you are now talking about your recommendation, it was then connecting. That makes sense. I just want to ask you a question. I'm not sure what when you say Ethiopia, country with the richest population, $40, what do you mean by that?
Sorry, I can't hear you properly.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, better.
Yeah, I'm asking Ethiopia, country with the richest population of $40. What do you mean by that?
Okay, so it basically means that compared to like the percentage total population, Ethiopia actually had more people that were earning above and within $40 compared to other countries. So I was just basically looking at the percentage of the total population.
Okay, that's the percentage.
Yes, the percentage of the total population. I'm not looking at the total amount of people earning within or above 40, just the percentage of people.
So how does that reflect back to Eastern Africa, since it's the percentage? I mean, region with the highest population above poverty line, because above poverty line, again, I don't think I'm in agreement with that finding there as regards to Eastern Africa having the highest population above poverty line. But it could be some years, which you picked some years, or probably when you are transforming the data sets, it wasn't done correctly. Maybe you may want to teach me more about that, how you got that insight from your data set and relate it to the Ethiopia that is $40 above, since it's percentage-wise.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
No, it's a question. It's just a question. I mean, yeah, maybe you may want to tell me how, from the data set, how you managed to get this insight, region with the highest population above poverty line, because Eastern Africa is there, but are you looking at it from a certain time frame or year, or are you looking at it broadly? And if that is the case, how did that percentage of Ethiopia being above richest population tally with that? Because from the data set, we have if you look at the what they call it, we have the data dictionary of people living above poverty line, and we have people living above $1 into 5 categories. So did you group them, or did you analyze them across rows without aggregating it?
Okay, so what I did particularly, it was only the card that shows the country with the richest population that I made use of the percentage total and not just the total population. For Eastern Africa and the rest of the cards, I just basically took in the total population into consideration straight up. But for Ethiopia, I took of the percentage of the population. Then I basically just drew down to population that were earning between and above $40. That was basically what I did, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Just take into account what other judges have mentioned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, wonderful stuff. Thanks a lot, Hilary, Matthew. Thanks a lot for putting in the work. All right. Yeah, so you can hang around definitely and listen to other people's presentation and learn from their own feedback. Okay. Thanks a lot for putting in the work. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. So the next person on the call is Mohammed. Mohammed is the next person to present. So I'm going to be bringing up Mohammed to you for your presentation.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me?
Oh, perfectly. I can. So you can turn on the video. Let's see. All right. I'm going to add you. Yes, you can go ahead to share your screen.
Okay. Just a moment.
Just let me know when you're good to go, and we can start from there.
All right. Yeah.
All good to go?
Yeah, all good.
This slide number 9. Is this where you're starting from?
Yeah, this is what I'm starting from.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. Good day, everyone, from wherever you're joining. My name is Mohammed, and I'm super glad to be sharing my insights in this analysis that I've done, and I personally call it from numbers to knowledge. Now, we want to see how GDP, total number of people, the poverty rate, as well as the age, all those metrics, that the data set give. Now, first of all, let's just dive into the analysis. I don't want to bore you with all the stories. Now, I looked at the top 10 countries by number of people below poverty line within 3 decades. And I noticed that Nigeria, was the highest and Malawi was the lowest. Now, I moved on and I decided to look at it using a map visual. And you can see clearly here that Nigeria, stands out from the rest because of the fact that it has over 80 million citizens who are below the poverty line. Okay, you can also see Madagascar, you can see Mozambique, you can see Ethiopia and the rest. Now, moving on, there's another exciting way of looking at this analysis, and that's looking at it by proportion of total population by country. Now, this is an interesting way because it looks at the ratio of the total country and then takes the proportion of the people who are living below poverty line for the last 3 decades. And you can see here that Central African Republic has the highest proportion of people living under $1 a day. You can also see Mozambique, you can see Madagascar, and surprisingly, look at Nigeria. Now it's between 15 and 20%, taking into consideration the color bar right there. Moving on. Now I looked at the trend.
Mohammed, sorry, do you want to zoom out a bit? It's still zoomed in. You just zoom out a bit so it's easy on the eyes.
All right. Okay, sorry about. How is it now?
That's better, way better.
Okay.
I know where you can take your time. It's 10 minutes you have. Take your time.
All right, no issues. Now, looking at the rates, I decided to look at the rates, at which the poverty rate has been, how it has been behaving in these top 5 countries, that recorded the highest number of citizens in the, living under $1 a day. And to my surprise, I noticed that between the year 1996 and 2010, Nigeria and Tanzania actually performed very well in reducing poverty rates. Now, I wanted to investigate whether this was due to some form of population fall or so. And then I created this visual and I noticed that both Nigeria and Tanzania, within those years where they performed very well in reducing poverty rates, they actually both experienced a growth, considerable growth in their population. Moving on, I decided to look at the trend of the total number of people living under $1 a day by region, and notice here that both the Northern and Southern Africa show a low population below poverty line, as well as some form of intermittent decline along the years. And you can see the behavior and trend of the other regions, taking into consideration, in 2004, the Middle African region experienced a spike in poverty rates. Now, I wanted to look at how the different income groups distributed across the data we're given. And I noticed something very interesting here. And that's, first, you can see the low income group constitute the highest percentage, followed by the lower middle income. And then you have the upper middle income. It's actually 3.2%. And right there, there is a 0% that accounts for the high income group. Now, I was curious to know, 0%, what does this mean? So I went back to the raw data, did some analysis, and I saw that Seychelles was the country that constituted only the high income group. Moving on, I decided to look at the GDP by country, and you can clearly see from this visual that Nigeria, Egypt, South Africa, all are in the higher side of GDP. Now you can see countries like Algeria, you can see Ghana, you can see Ethiopia, you can see Angola right here, being in the middle, and many of the rest are in the lower part of the GDP range. Now, moving on, I decided to compare, GDP change to poverty change across 3 decades. And I noticed something very, very interesting here. What I noticed was that the trend behaved very similarly for most of the parts. And then we experienced a spike in 1995 in the data, where poverty change rise and then dropped afterwards. Now, moving on, I decided to look at the average life expectancy at birth in Africa within the same 3 decades. And here I noticed in Northern Africa, as the visual shows, you can see that you have a higher average life expectancy there. You can also see that's very similar to what we have in Southern Africa. You also see this part of the Central Africa, you see that you have high life expectancy there. Now look at West Africa, very low life expectancy right there. Moving on. Now, I decided to compare the trend, of life expectancy in the different income groups. Now, and I noticed something very, very interesting. And what I noticed was that if you notice from 2005 onwards, all the trends, all the income group follow the similar, let me not say the same, similar trends, as far as the data is concerned. They differed, they behaved very differently up until 2005. And one thing to note here, you notice that you don't have the high income group here. And that's simply because, mentioned earlier, Seychelles is the only country that comprises of the high income group. Moving on. Here I have the trend of in the income group of people who live under $1 a day. And here you can see it mainly comprises of the low income and the lower middle income. Now you can see a bit of the upper middle income, and that's because of the nature of the data. In some cases, you have the upper middle income still fall under the poverty line. Now moving on, I wanted to see how some of the best performing countries, compare to the low performing countries like Nigeria, Uganda, and the rest. And you can see here by far South Africa, has the highest number of population above poverty line within 3 decades. Moving on, I decided to look at the trend of the number of people above poverty line in South Africa at the same time frame, and you can see that between the years 2000 and 2010, which is a full decade, South Africa experienced high number of, I'll call this a sign up for crossing the poverty line in South Africa. So it was interesting to see what South Africa, did differently. And if you go through this, you would see some of the recommendations and the references I've given there. So moving on, I decided to look at, now South Africa has caught my attention. I wanted to compare it to the top 5 low performing countries as regards poverty. And one thing I noticed was that GDP wise, the trend of growth of GDP within those 3 decades, I noticed that South Africa and Nigeria had almost similar behavior in terms of trend, growth. Moving on, now I decided to look closely at Nigeria and South Africa from a population perspective, and I noticed that Nigeria is by far, populated over the last 3 decades, and South Africa has, according to the data, kind of exhibited a steady growth in population in contrast with Nigeria. And the reason why I use Nigeria there is simply because it kind of represents most of the low performing countries. So I did a bit of predictive analytics using scikit-learn. Sorry about the jargons. So I did some predictive analytics. What I wanted to achieve with this was to see whether the number of people living under $1 a day can be predicted using GDP alone, can be predicted using.
Hello? Mohammed, do you have 1 minute to
All right.
wrap up with your recommendation?
All right. So I did some form of mix and match, and I did some form of prediction also. And I noticed in the data that, we had some incomplete and inconsistent, data, and that's really affected, the performance of my model. Now, in conclusion, just look at countries like Nigeria. When I say countries like Nigeria, I mean Uganda, the rest of them. They may want to look into things like strategies similar to that of South Africa in mitigating or stabilizing their population growth. As far as this data is concerned, more data cutting across Africa is needed to help me predict best, with a good accuracy, the poverty distribution of population. Now, the incomplete data set also affected the result of this analysis, but for the good part, I was able to bring out some insight. I hope this analysis was insightful and impactful. Thank you for having me. Cheers.
Right. Thanks a lot for that, Mohammed. You've done a great job. Thanks a lot for putting in the time and effort to do this. Thanks. Really appreciate you for that. Okay. I'm just going to start from Sadiq. I can see Sadiq. Okay, please. You can go ahead.
Yeah, I would not take your time. I'll just say that. Say, you probably haven't gotten so far into your present. Well, I would say maybe like 2 or 3 of your presentation. That's how far you've gone for me to score you on understanding of what the topic is and how to present what your ideas are. You really had a great presentation, excellent understanding from my point of view. One thing that kind of captivated me so much was the fact that you were not actually only looking at the top level, you actually zoomed in into some specifics and, bring out some insight out of that and, be able to tell that as a story. That basically, I know you're running out of time, and I'm not only picking you on what you've said, but also what you've written down, because there was a part where I can't remember correctly now. There were some details that you put under some graphics that you had that I know that, I mean, from this I could see that the moment you're generating your charts, you're actually making a note of what you're getting there. So, and you probably don't have enough time to explain all of it, so I totally understand. The only question I would want to ask you is, I probably see like a model there where you had some models. Yeah. So what exactly did you do with that model, and what's the significance of that model to what this question is about? I mean, it's enough to throw out a machine learning model out there, but I mean, what's the significance to what this topic is talking about? Why are you predicting?
Okay, first of all, personally, I was interested when I saw this data because it's something that interests me. So I was very curious to know, whether I can use a part of my data to explain the number of people who actually are below the poverty line. Because I believe if we can make such relationships and predictions, we can be able to make more impactful recommendations. Okay, so what I did was to start with GDP. I used GDP, to try to predict the number of people below poverty line. I included, after that, sorry about, okay, this is the first part. So after that, I included life expectancy. I noticed an improvement in the model. Then finally I added, that was income group, yes. So, and then I saw that the model performed better. Although better here is relative because the R squared is just around 10%. So it made me believe that there is more to this data. I encountered truncated data for, I think, DR Congo, for Tanzania, and these were countries who had a lot of their population fall under, the poverty line. So I was kind of handicapped in that area, and me personally, I would go back and find those data and try to make sense of this part. So I believe that's how the model is relevant to the analysis. Thank you.
Right, fantastic. Thanks a lot for that, Mohammed. Okay, let me take Michelle next.
Excellent presentation. I really enjoyed it. I really liked the way you took advantage of Jupyter Notebooks and you used the Markdown functionality, because it really made it easier to understand. Like, the insights you were going throughout were there, and especially with the conclusions or recommendation, it was very, very clear and easy to follow. Your presentation skills are amazing. You do have this one slight tick that a lot of other people have, which is where they do and You do it as a moving on.
Okay.
You did it all the time. You don't need to mention it at all. Your storytelling was really, really good. You could just keep moving to the next sentence when you go to the next slide. It was perfect. You don't need to say moving on. It actually kind of cut in between, which was fine, but would flow more and be much better. I also really liked that you used the graphs and you changed the colors for the different things about Africa. The only thing was there was a slight little weird thing where it looked like some of the countries were missing and it didn't really look representation, but I assume that's the Python package that you used.
Sorry, let's just go back to where we have one of the charts.
You've done a lot of work as well.
All right. Yeah, I believe you're talking about this.
Yeah, there was a few of them where it was like missing pieces, but it was probably just the background needed to be white for that bit if it was zero values. As well as the bars on the side, some of them didn't really explain what they were. It wasn't this one, I think it was the blue and green ones.
Okay.
So just to be more clear of like what that scale is representing.
All right.
Other than that, it was like really, really good. I did want to know, what Python package did you use to do your plotting?
Okay, I used a lot of libraries. I used pandas. Yeah, I used the popular libraries. Definitely, you have to use pandas. You have to use matplotlib. But I used GeoPandas. I know some data analysts are not, really very conversant with GeoPandas. You need to download some of these weird kind of files, to make visualizations. So I think that's one of the amazing, I would say, library that I used in this analysis, and it's very, very useful.
No, it was great. It was really well done. That was the other thing. I'm a big fan of Plotly myself, so excellent work. But yes, no, thank you very much. It was a great presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so moving on to the next one. All right, Sebastian, do you want to go next? Sebastian, do you have any?
Yeah, I mean, just to say that this is how Jupyter.
Sebastian, you went back mute, so.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly.
Yeah, so I just want to say, well done. This is how Jupyter Notebook presentation looks like when you are presenting from Jupyter Notebook. But the only question I would like to ask is, what pre-informed you to the in-depth analysis of the selected countries? Should I rephrase? Should I rephrase?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
All right. You selected few countries, just as Sadiq said. It's good that you dive deep into selected some countries like South Africa, Nigeria, then one other country. So what pre-informed you from the data to do that?
Okay. So if you notice when I started, I looked at the top countries because it was clear what the data set wants to achieve. Okay, which is let's try and mitigate poverty. Okay, so I looked at the top 10 and I saw Nigeria. I saw a bunch of countries. So I said, okay, let's look at this on a map. Then I also noticed some other countries based on the fact that a column chart does not cover the entire countries in Africa. Now, I also looked at the proportion. And when I was looking at this, I was taking note of some countries, and then I was able to infer that, okay, the best way to mitigate this is population-wise and not proportion-wise. So I went back and picked the top 5, countries that the top 5 out of the top 10 that I initially identified. Okay, and I started to drill down. I also, I was able to select a good performing country, which was South Africa. Okay, and I was able to compare that to the remaining top 5, and I saw, some great insights concerning that. So I believe that if we look at, there is this concept. I'm not trying to educate you, the judges, but the way I understand statistics is there is valuable information when you try to weed out some part of the data and concentrate on just a few. And then you could just discover some things about those few that would be very useful for the lots of the data. So that was what I did.
I mean, you've said more than what I expected, and I think this is you are the kind of person I would like to work with if I have the opportunity, because it's not about having the skill sets. It's not about knowing how to code in Python. It's all about that data intellectual curiosity, which you've really, really exhibited. I mean, I was just thinking you just went and random and selected countries, but those stuffs that you just mentioned now are key. Well done, Mohammed.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Sorry, please, I have a bit of correction to myself, not to the presenter. I said I like the way he zoomed out, he zoomed in. I think there should be a correction there. I love the way he actually zoomed in, got what he wanted, and then zoomed out again. So I think I didn't do justice to that comment, but the way he even explained this really really got me, because I understood what he was saying, but now that I even answer the question in full, I get to see that he's not just only picking and choosing, which ideally would have been nice, but picking and choosing and now, you know, zooming out to see exactly how it affected the whole data set as a whole. Thank you very much for this presentation.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Dave, do you have any feedback? Or
Oh,
yeah, guess Olamide
let me agree with.
Okay, Olamide, you're back now. You're back. You can go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, perfectly.
Oh, all right. First of all, it's a fantastic presentation. I think, Mohammed, I would agree with what Sadiq had said earlier. From the first few minutes, for one of the things I told myself is that it was so clear that you had a good understanding of the problem. And one of the first steps you need to take when you're trying to solve a data science or a data analytics problem is to actually frame that problem properly and understand it even before you start editing. And for me, that was clear with you from the get-go. I like that particular part. And when you're presenting as well, one other concept people like to speak about is knowing your audience. All right. And I like to chip this in. I like the fact that you didn't go fully, you knew the aspect of the work that you needed to actually show to us for us to understand the problem you were trying to solve. Okay, you didn't like expatiate on the whole technical bit, but you took us to portions of your presentation, meaning that you had an understanding of your audience. Okay, and I think you just need to hold that thought well, because yes, this is a data and this is a hackathon, right? If you're presenting to a different audience, all right, not everybody might flow with your Jupyter notebook and everything, all right? So it's easier for us to appreciate that and see what you've done because you went to core aspects of it and sort of like tied everything together. So I think that's actually important. I want you to take cognizance of that. But all in all, I think you communicated quite effectively. And just one last comment in terms of the model bit, all right? It's clear that if you enrich that data with a bit more external data and a bit more research, it shows you that we can dig deeper into the next levels of problems that we solved. And that was one key thing that I love. You knew, you understood what needed to be done for you to now start to think about, okay, let me build a predictive model within this to probably give deeper insights. So that's actually very, very key. Okay, and just focus on, ask yourself the question, what kind of additional data sets do I need to add to this to give me deeper insights beyond even the problem? It's the sort of thing when you do a research work and you're like, oh, what do you suggest for further study? Okay, and I see you've already actually got into that part. But all in all, fantastic job. I like the flow, the tone of your voice, presentation. These are all, it's very, very difficult to find people who would combine the technical with the softer side of things. And I have to really commend you for that. So keep that up and keep developing, and well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, Mohammed, thanks a lot for putting in the time and also doing a fantastic job presenting it. Thanks a lot. Okay. All right, you can also hang around and listen to your to other people while they present. Okay.
All right.
So the next person we're bringing in is Roimat. Okay. So Roimat is the first person on your list. That's to the judges. She's the first person that was supposed to present, but didn't have the opportunity. Rahimat. So Rahimat, do you want to? I've requested you to unmute yourself. So judges, Rahimat is the first person that was meant to present, but she had internet issues. All right. So please, Rahimat, do you want to turn on your video so we can see you? I don't know if your internet is very good now. Well, let me just bring spotlight you first, then you can turn it off if it's not good enough. Okay. Right, Rahimat, are you there with us? Yes. Okay.
Yes,
All
I'm
right.
here. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
I can't see you, but I can hear you, so it's not too bad. You can go ahead. Just let me know when you're good to go, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, you can go ahead to present, share your screen.
Can you see my screen, please?
It's coming up. Just give it a second. Okay, it's not coming up. You want to stop sharing and share again? You turn off your video, so we can't actually see you, so you can turn off your video and just go ahead to present. All right?
Okay.
Okay.
Now.
Okay. Just give me a second. It's loading at the moment. Adeza, please help me confirm if you can see it from your end, but I can't see anything.
No, I can't see anything either. I think Rahimat still has connectivity issues.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not just mine. All right, Rahimat, I'm not sure what, I think you need to get a good network. I know you, obviously you put in the time to do this. The only thing that's injuring you now is just the internet, okay? So please try and get, if you can get some good internet that you can work with, either subscribe to a new broadband, or something that would help you out. Not sure. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna bring in somebody else. Okay, Rahimat, just trying to see if we can work online Yinka. I'm gonna bring in online Yinka next. Okay, online Yinka, if you're there with me, if you could just unmute yourself. And there we go. So Yinka, I'm asking you to mute yourself. Okay, so please, you would see a pop up on your screen for you to accept, for you to unmute yourself. Okay, fantastic. Olayinka, can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
All right, perfect. So if you, oh, wonderful, you went traditional, amazing. I love that.
Yeah.
All right, are you in the 90s or are you just giving us a black and white vibe?
No,
All
it's just a black and white vibe.
Okay, I thought you're coming from the past to tell us
No.
what's happening. Okay. All right, anyways, you can go ahead to share your screen. Okay. You can go ahead to share your screen and tell us when you're ready.
Please, can you all see my screen?
Yes, perfectly. I can see your screen. Yes. So when I'm gonna just start the timer. So let me know when you're ready, and I'll start the timer.
Okay. I think I'm ready to go now.
All right. Thanks a lot. Good luck.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, senior data professional. I'm Olayinka, and I will be talking on poverty, economic economy and the life expectancy within the African context. We all know that as Africans, we have a lot of problems facing us daily, and we have a lot of challenges. So this presentation tries to identify some of these problems and maybe make some recommendations that could help us as a continent to become great once again. Introduction. So I will be talking, according to the IMF, poverty is defined as a state of less than $1 per day, and it can be characterized with absence of water. So in 2015, the United Nations came up with a framework known as the SDG, and the first goal was that the world should be made a non-poverty zone. So in my workflow, this is my workflow, getting and processing the data sets, data cleaning, and then the data analysis particularly, and then my summary and my conclusion. This is what the data looked like, was provided by the team at 10Alytics, and then it contains 4 data sets, basically. And then for most of the data is from period between 1960 to 2021. Let's get straight to business. So in my exploratory data analysis, I used the Python library, Seaborn, and then I captured the top 20 country based on their poverty rates. I calculated poverty rate by taking the countries that have the less than $1 per day, and then I divided it by the total number of population. And then I took the life expectancy. From here, we can see that DR Congo, CAR, and then Mozambique comes first when it comes to the poverty rate, with rates above 40%. And then we have Seychelles, Mauritius, and the Cape Verde as with the life expectancy. Actually, also analyze using the income group to derive the poverty rate. And I saw that with lower income group, the poverty rate increases. That means countries with lower income countries, they have a higher poverty rate. And then the middle, and then the high income, they have lower poverty rate. And then based on life expectancy, the high income countries actually have the higher life expectancy, and then the low income countries have the lower life expectancy. I also analyzed and I did top region analysis based on poverty. See the North Africa has the higher life expectancy of the population. Exploratory data analysis. Okay, I also did an analysis of the high income country, the low income country, and the other income country. I found out that the high income country seems not to be following what is set out in the book, because we expect that high income countries should have an higher GDP. But maybe what contributes more to income is more than just GDP. But the lower income country has more GDP, mean GDP than the other class. I also plotted the GDP by region. I saw that the Northern Africa has a higher GDP, followed by the South, and then the West. And also by the income group, we have a tie here where we have the upper middle and the lower middle having almost the same GDP in USD currently, while the high income, which is expected to have the highest, was lying just flat. I believe maybe there was a lot of zero entries, and that is why we have something of this nature. But one thing we have is that GDP of African countries has been rising over the years. Yeah, I also plotted the poverty versus life expectancy, and I used a region as the WHO to be able to differentiate. I could see that countries in the north of Africa has a higher life expectancy and a lower poverty rate. And then I saw that there's a relationship between life expectancy and poverty rate, which is an inverse relationship. And I did that also by the income group. The result was almost the same thing. This is a plot of life expectancy with respect to the poverty rate and based on region. So in the region, we saw that through the box plot, we saw that the median life expectancy of Northern Africa is higher than the median of other regions. And the median is a very, very good value for calculating population, a population spread mean. And then we saw in the poverty rates that the North Africa is almost like they are not so poor. But I need to put it straight to us that the poverty rate is just for people below $1. There's still a pre-poverty rate. And for the pre-poverty rate, we saw that the North Africa stands ahead of the other group. And then the Middle Africa comes next, and then the Southern of Africa. Then we have more people in the, there is a second chart which actually shows the regional plot of the pre-poverty rate according to the income group. So this is the mean GDP per region, and then the life expectancy, the North Africa stands out. And then we have a regression plot of the mean GDP versus life expectancy. We saw a weekly positive correlation. So that means the mean GDP has a positive correlation with the life expectancy. So it's expected that if GDP increases, life expectancy should increase. And with the mean GDP versus the poverty chart, a weekly negative correlated. And then with the life expectancy versus the poverty rate, we saw a strong negative correlation. And then we have a correlation plot, which actually gives a full image of what I've been trying to talk about. An increase in GDP will lead to 0.24 decrease in poverty rates, and then 0.077 unit increase in life expectancy across country. But this is not the same across region, as we have that when the GDP of a region increases by 0.76, the poverty by 1 unit, the poverty reduces by 0.76 units, and then the life expectancy increases by 0.71 units, according to our correlation matrix. So my recommendations are these. I will recommend that African government should invest in healthcare, because we know that the healthcare of the country is what determines as a whole the life expectancy of that country. So increasing investment in health infrastructure will also help us to increase health outcome. So that is very important. My second recommendation is I am actually recommending that we should implement poverty reduction programs. Like jobs should be made available, and so that people can have more money and they can live a better life. Because if they live a better life and the economic conditions are improved, then their life expectancy is going to be improved. Remember, poverty is also negatively correlated with life expectancy. So my recommendation also, the government should promote economic growth. They should take measures. This is something that stands tall in the minds of UN, that poverty should be reduced or eliminated at all costs. So we should reduce barriers for trade and investment and remittances. So for research, we have spoke about it, that with increased GDP, we have decreased poverty, and we have increased life expectancy. Then we should improve access to education. You know, education is a driver of the economy. Once more people are more educated, they tend to be more employable, and then poverty is reduced. And then we should focus on sustainable development. We should address the issue of poverty. We should promote economic growth in a way that is sustainable. And we should make policies that will prioritize this and many other things. In conclusion, although correlation may not infer causation, but it shows that there's a relationship between them and other factors which may not be covered in this study. In conclusion, a higher GDP will likely lead to higher life expectancy and reduce poverty rates in African countries. So I would encourage government to work on reducing their production. Thank you.
Absolutely great stuff, Olayinka. You've done absolutely well. Thanks a lot for putting in the time, the effort to do all this. It's actually very good. All right, so I'm going to start first this time around with Michelle. Michelle, do you want to go ahead? No, please,
Yeah, I'd love to. Amazing presentation. I don't know how you fit it all in. Phenomenal. You went through it at speed. It was really, really good. I love the fact that you just had max 2 plots a slide. That makes a massive difference, especially when you're telling the reader if they're technical or non-technical. It goes in a lot more, and having that small little summary at the end was very well done. There was a few bits that I wanted to focus on. Love that you explained what a median was, and that I was looking at the distribution of a mean. Statistician's delight. It was really great to see it. It was lovely to see you talk about the relationships and using positive and negative relationships. It would be good to explain what they mean. Like, a negative relationship is where one value increases, the other value decreases. Likewise, positive, when one value increases, the other value increases. That kind of thing, just to add to the storytelling. It was really well done. You used box plots, but didn't mention what they were and how they work. A small little thing on them showing the distributions of each of the different variables that you were talking about. And if you want to go into the quartiles, but it wasn't necessarily. Other than that, it was really well done. Liked how you referenced the little Python packages as you went. It was a technical presentation that was delivered to a non-technical audience in a brilliant way. So well.
Thank you.
Absolutely fantastic. Thanks a lot for that, Michelle. Let me take Sadiq. Do you want to go next?
Yes, excellent presentation. I love a lot of things about your presentation, but there are very few that I'll mention. One, I love the fact that you actually clearly have an EDA to actually show us that you understood the layout of your data. You understood the landscape of your data, and you are able to show to us that this is well understood, and you're presenting based on what you're seeing. One that I would really like to call out was the poverty rate versus life expectancy. That chart really gave me like an idea of, okay, yeah, this is your understanding, and this is what you want to talk along the lines. But one thing I would also want to stretch or mention on that is the fact that your diagrams or your pictures should be well legible and readable, not stretched. So I don't know what package that you'd use to do this presentation, but maybe it's on even the plotting on itself. If you stretch something too wide, it's hard to look at both sides. So you want to keep it sharp and very, very, very readable, so that people can really appreciate what you've done and the manner you've done it. I would want to, lastly, I want to lean on some of the recommendations that you did. Again, going back to what Sebastian has been hammering, see, all the recommendations that you're giving us, we already know them. We live in Africa, we lived or we used to live in Africa, or we live in Africa together. So we know all those things. But are you able to tell us that you infer this from the data that was presented? I would strongly agree with your second recommendation, which was around the education, because you're able to tie it that, no, it wasn't education. I think it's the fourth one that was education, which at the end of the day, you're able to tie that, the more people are educated, the more they're able to, get more income. And then, the more they're able, so I can follow along the lines of this, but every other one is just like, yeah, they should invest in infrastructure. Do you have data around infrastructure in the data sets? No. So, I would really love to keep it around what the data, presents to us, so that we can actually say that you are able to infer something from the data, not that, you give us general recommendations. But all in all, you kept to time, you gave very good visualizations, you gave a good explanation around the topic, and I love your presentation, I must say. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot for that. Let me take Alumni, do you want to go next?
All right, thank you so much. So I think your presentation was quite good, Olayinka. I think the thing for me is that you were able to blend between presenting and then communicating the work you had done. Let me just ask a question. Did you use Excel at any point, or just plainly Python?
No, I use Python throughout.
Oh, Python throughout. Okay. I think the trap that you need to watch out for, which Sadiq was also referring to, is that when you take visuals out of Python and then you like paste it into your PowerPoint presentation, it gets distorted. So you need to also ensure that if you're doing that next time, you pay attention to the image quality to ensure that they come out sharper and then clearer for everyone to see. I think that's just one thing I want you to just take note for. In addition, I think I love the way you annotated each portions of the visuals, and you were able to explain that quite well, and you were able to carry us along in telling your story. I was even waiting for. I'm happy that in your recommendations, you didn't fall into the trap of the correlation and the causation thing, and I love the fact that you address that at the end. All right, because when people throw correlation about, you can just open the door for people to just ask you questions. Okay, right. So if they do correlate, does that mean, is that the reason why this happened? And you were really clear on that. And I like that your recommendations were pinpoint. Overall, a very, very wonderful presentation. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
All right, fantastic. Thanks a lot for that, Lamide. Sebastian, do you want to go next?
Yeah, thank you so much. Inka, please just take into account everything the judges have said. I mean, I'm not going to repeat what I have penned down here. I love your presentation. You carried us along. Just a quick question on when you talk about pre-poverty rate, how did you aggregate that value? How, because I can't really see any variable in the data set that says pre-poverty rate. How did you get that?
The pre-poverty rate, according to the data, is any spending that is below $40 but is more than $1. So that is the area that is seen as a pre-poverty rate according to the data, because that is between the poverty line. So anyone who spends above or earn above $40 per day is above poverty. But anyone who earns below $40 and $1 is in the pre-poverty phase.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, that explains it, but probably maybe I'm struggling with the word pre-poverty rate, because here in the data set we have poverty above poverty line, then poverty level 30 to 40, 20 to 30, 10 to 20, $3.65 to 6.85, all in dollars. So how did you, so you merged all of them together and tagged them pre-poverty rates?
Yeah, because it was between poverty line. So I actually did a summation, and then I took the division of the total population. So I merged the population between 40 and 1, and then I divided by the total population, and that was how I was able to get my pre-poverty rate.
So did you think, I mean, I love that idea, because I did some binding, but I discovered along the line. But what I just want to ask, when you were doing that, did you factor in that there may be outliers which may definitely affect the correlation showing being negative? Did you think towards that direction?
The outliers.
No,
I
no. I'm not asking. I'm not asking about the outliers. I'm just asking. I mean, it's very good that you combined different variables. You use binding in your Python to create that value. But what I'm trying to, how do you think that will affect your analysis?
Yes, it actually gave me a group graph of the fact that as much as we can define maybe poverty is this is below $1, we should know that most of Africans live just barely above poverty.
Well, I don't want to agree with that, because if you look at the data set itself, they've already given you a value that is below poverty.
But sir, the value in the data set, it was noted that it was between the line of poverty. And that was why I made my own conclusion that way.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that conclusion is good. I mean, the idea of deriving that is good, but I just want you to also note that if you are going to bind those things together, then you must have first of all factored in if there is going to be any form of outlier, because I think that will definitely affect that. Otherwise, from the data set, they would have just said, okay, this is just people within poverty. There is a reason why they segmented it that way. And besides, you know that the if you merge them with the what they call it, we are using US dollar, but within individual countries, there are what do they call this, minimum wage that you need to factor in within countries. And if you're now saying that is so, what are you now translating to the governments and the economy of individual countries who have peculiarity within their governments? I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah,
Yes, sir.
I've learned something
It
from
makes
you. Maybe
sense.
I'll implement it, but yeah, thank you so much.
It makes sense. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely great stuff, Olayinka. Thanks a lot for that, Sebastian. Okay, Olayinka, thanks a lot. You can also still stay on the call to listen to your prayers while you present. Just also to, as a point of contact to all the judges, please make sure you are, scoring participants. Okay. We just have 3 more people to go. Rahimat, Rita, and Shegun. Those are the last 3 people. So I'm going to be bringing back Rahimat. Okay, Rahimat, if you're on the call, please, you can unmute yourself. Rahimat. So I'm going to have the presentations here with me, because we have all participants have submitted their presentation before the session, before presentations. All right. So Rahim, okay, yes. I think you're having better internet now. Okay.
Just so that we don't waste so much time, and if this helps, if she could maybe just present on an audio without presentation itself, if any of the if any of the
I would present it now. Yeah.
Oh, great.
Okay. So I'll present it for her. So she doesn't go through that same process. Rahima, do you want to? Okay, yes. I'm just going to add spotlight. So, Rahima, you can unmute yourself. You're muted at the moment. Can you unmute yourself? Okay, mute. Yeah, try to speak. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Oh, perfectly. Yes, I can. So I'm going to present your work while you talk us through it. Is that
Why
okay
I
with you?
do the presentation?
Do you want to present it?
Yes, I opted to use my phone. I think it's my laptop that is having issues with the network. So, well, the phone might meet me, but that's what I will be using.
Okay. If that's convenient for you, fine, no problem. You want to put it in landscape? Okay, that'll be better.
Can you see my screen now, please?
Yes, perfectly, yes. But just let me know when you're ready so I can start the timer for you.
Okay, I'm ready now.
All right. Okay, go ahead, please.
My name is Rahimat Abubakar. I am sorry for all the time that I have had to join the call and trip off because of my network. So we got a data set to deep dive into the poverty rate and life expectancy, and also the GDP in Africa. So some of the terminologies we'll be using today that might not be really familiar with everybody here is GDP and life expectancy. So GDP is the gross domestic product, which measures the total economic output of a region, and it is calculated by adding up the values of all goods and services produced within that region. So we're taking Africa into context today. And life expectancy is a statistical measure that estimates how long a person is expected to live based on various factors such as their age, gender, and health. It's often used to give an idea of how long people in a particular population or country are expected to live. So, general overview of the data, we had the country code table, which had the unique identifier of each country, then the GDP, the life expectancy, and the poverty line distribution. So having looked at the data and analyzed the data, I came up with a problem statement, which is, from my analysis, I noticed that despite the continued growth of the average life expectancy in Africa, a significant proportion of the population remains in poverty. Only 0.49% of the population has been able to rise above the poverty line, while 10.23% still remain below the poverty line, and 89.28% are between the poverty line. So furthermore, this suggests a lack of equitable distribution of resources and opportunities, which could lead to social unrest and political instability. And some of the downsides that I had while trying to work on the data set is that the data set provided for the project contained tables with dates ranging from 1927 to 2021. However, some tables contained dates up to 2019, which made it difficult to create a cohesive and accurate dashboard. So I opted to use the data from 2010 to 2019, so that we can have completeness and accuracy of the data set. And the dashboard that I'm creating. So these are some of the key insights on the dashboard. We have the total number of countries. The scene are going to be for the data set from 2010 to 2019 only. It's not going to be from 1929 or so. So these are some of the key insights. I am using my phone, so it's going to limit me a lot. I used data Power BI desktop to create my dashboard, but presently I'm using a Power BI service to present, because I will not be able to use my laptop, of course. So I don't know if you can see my dashboard. Please, can you see my dashboard?
Yes, you can.
Yes. But you need to put it on landscape.
It's going to be very bold, and I might have to move through it. We will not be able to see everything once. So we have the total number of country at 54 and total population, that's between 2010 to 2019 at 2.54 billion, and total GDP at 23.88 trillion. The minimum life expectancy within this time is 45 years, 45.60 years, then 76.60 for the maximum, and 62.07 years as the average in Africa between the time of 2010 to 2019. So we also have the total GDP, the average life expectancy by region, and the total population by region. This is also the total population by year. We can see that 2015 had the highest population. And we also have another one here, which shows the poverty line status by region. So we can see that Northern Africa were all between poverty line, that's $1 to $40. That's from 2010 to 2019, they were all between poverty line. And in South Africa, we had a little percent that are above poverty line. So we can also see the average life expectancy. It has continued to grow throughout the year, and we are expecting to grow by my forecast continuously, even though it is not a significant growth. So we also have the top 10 country here by GDP, that's 2010 to 2019, and Nigeria seems to be the highest, followed by South Africa and Egypt. So we have the poverty line status for Africa as a whole, and between poverty line is at 89%, and below is at 10%. Above is at 0.49%. We also have the total GDP by year, and 2014 is ranking the highest for that. So, I also have this line graph here, which we can see that Nigeria GDP has continued to grow throughout the year, followed closely by South Africa, Egypt, and Algeria. But the life expectancy has really dropped from this chart, has dropped, has not had any significant growth compared to what the GDP has been doing throughout the year. And we have Capo Verde at the highest here. So, and we could see that that would be due to the high population of growth in Nigeria, which brings me to the recommendation. So these are some of the key insights that I just made mention of. Some of the key insights that I made mention of, which are Nigeria had the highest GDP in Africa in the period from 2010 to 2019, followed closely by South Africa and Egypt. The GDP of this country grew steadily throughout 2010 to 2019. Nigeria also had the highest population growth in Africa, which puts pressure on the country resources and infrastructure, further exacerbating the challenges of providing adequate healthcare and living conditions for the population. So despite having the highest GDP, Nigeria had one of the lowest life expectancy in Africa with an average of 51 in 2010 to 2019. This is significantly lower than the regional average of 64.5 and the global average of 72.6. So we also had on the dashboard that Northern Africa has a total population of 1.9 billion people, and all of them are considered to be living between the poverty line, which I said earlier. Then in Southern Africa, there are 280 million people who are considered to be below the poverty line, which is a substantial proportion of the population. However, there are also 16 million people who are above the poverty line. We still have other insights. We might not be able to go through everything. And these are my recommendations. Due to the pressure on the economy, because of the high growth in population, even we can all see that the GDP is growing steadily, but it has not really affected the life expectancy. And it is due to the high population, the growth of the populace too. So that's why I'm recommending a significant increase in access to education and training. Training like the one we're doing in 10Alytics, so that it can provide access to education program and training program can help to equip individuals with the skills and knowledge needed to secure better paying jobs and breaking the cycle of poverty. We can also strengthen the social safety nets, that's like providing cash transfers, food subsidies, and reduced taxation, small and medium scale businesses, and health insurances, just to reduce the pressure of the population growth on the economy. So we can also promote inclusive economic growth. That's policies and initiatives that promote inclusive economic growth can help to reduce income inequality and create opportunities for more individuals to move above the poverty line. This could include investments in infrastructure, because the more the population, the more the pressure on the infrastructures, even the health facilities and everything. And all of this further affects the life expectancy of any country. So we can also prioritize data collection and analysis. We can only know what we are doing as a country or even a business if we prioritize data collection and try to analyze and see how well we're doing. And as always, 10Alytics can do all of those consultation and help structure data. Empower women and girls, because women are the bedrock of any society, and we do really well with almost everything that we do. Like right now in northern Nigeria, women do not still have access to quality education like the men do. And if we empower more women, we're strengthening the economy of the country, and it might will further affect our GDP and affects the life expectancy of the populace. And increase health access to healthcare, improved access to healthcare.
Rahimat, you have 30 seconds to wrap up.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that brilliant presentation. The ability to surmount the challenge of the internet connection. Eventually able to present. Fantastic. Well done, Rahimat. Okay. Olamide, I can see your video is on. I'm sure you want to give Rahimat feedback, and then we'll go over to Michelle. All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Olamide.
Hi, Rahimat. Hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes.
Okay. Honestly, I love your energy. I love the energy of the presentation, most especially since you had technical problems. You came and it was so clear that you put your heart into it. So really, I must first of all commend you and say well done for that. Really well done. I also love the fact that when you started out, okay, you didn't assume that we all knew what GDP was or what life expectancy was. You took time out to actually define that for us. So I think that was actually very, very good as well. One other thing I also liked as well was that you defined the problem. All right, you were clear about the problem statement from the outset. And I always say this to any young data professional: think about the problem before you solve the problem. Okay, and I love the fact that you started that out even from the bat go. So well done, well done. Just a couple of pointers. Okay. Just for your presentation and for your Power BI next time, the fewer the better, or the lesser the better. Okay, when you have, you could have a lot of visuals and you're trying to communicate a lot of insights. It's always important that you ask yourself the question: all right, when I am building this particular tab in Power BI, what exactly am I trying to communicate? What is the main thing that I'm trying to pass across to my audience? Whether they are listening to me or whether they will just, you publish the dashboard for them and they get to look at it by themselves. It doesn't really matter. You need to really ask yourself the question: what is the core takeaway that I want them to take away from that visual? And you should let that define why you put a visual in place. Okay, there are a lot of visuals that you can pick up, a lot of charts, a lot of graphs, and so much. Okay, but then if you that concept, I think some people will tell you that in a particular tab, don't do more than two visuals. All right, it's not cast in stone though, but then also important in your visuals, you annotate properly. All right, if you have text, I feel people don't use text enough. Okay, we like to do a lot of graphs, charts, bars, and all the likes, but we need to also use text to elevate and attenuate all what we're trying to communicate. So I just think that the core take homes that I want you to just take with that. But otherwise, I really love your presentation and I love the energy. So just keep up the good work, and I look to see all greater things that you do in future. Cheers.
Thank you, Olamide.
Thank you.
Brilliant feedback. Okay, so we'll take Michelle, then Sadiq quickly, and then we'll move on to the last two presenters. Michelle, please go ahead.
It was an excellent presentation and fair play, especially with all the IT glitches. So you did very, very well. I really liked your dashboard. I thought it was very well good. It was very well laid out. You gave excellent descriptions of the insights in your PowerPoint pack. It was really great to see, and how you made the statistical significance against different variations of year and time. That was brilliant. I would just these are tiny little things, but maybe just the color scheme, the white and the orange was very hard to read, and the black banners as well. Definitely the dashboard was much better than the color scheme in the PowerPoint pack, but it was still very well done. And then in the Tableau dashboard, there was a grid with lots of blocks and colors, GDP or by year. It wasn't clear what they were meant to be, so maybe just be mindful of what you're presenting to be clear of what it's meant to be showing. Other than that, it was really well done and fair play. A lot of work went into it.
I think it's because of my phone. I'm using a phone, so the screen is not wide enough to take all of that. And sorry about that. Thank you for your
comment. It was very well done.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, Matt. If there were a tab where we score you on resilience, I will score you 1,000%, because you didn't try to present not just once, not twice, but 3 times. Even at the 3rd time, you owned your presentation because you wanted to have the flow by yourself. You decided that you will present on your phone by yourself instead of having someone else do that for you and start saying next. I won't let something slide. I noticed that you took that advantage to do a shout out to 10Alytics of the great work they're doing. So I really appreciate that, because it reflects that, I mean, you just didn't learn. You actually want a number of people to learn. And I'm not saying it because of the advertising part, because at the end of the day, you also tied this to a point where you say, educate more girls, educate more ladies, because the more empowerment they have, the more empowerment in education they have, the more empowerment they have in data analytics and collection and all that, which actually ties back to missing data, unavailable data and all that. You let that you slid that in, and I love the way it just came in. So I wouldn't let it slide, because it's really a good one. But I will also let you know that I sense some sense of advertisement there, but it's okay. There is also this part that I just want to mention. You had a great presentation, and honestly, anyone under this kind of condition will really be on a lot of pressure. So I really commend you for that presentation. But I mean, pre this moment, there are a number of things that you could have done a little bit better. I noticed that some of your reports in certain dashboards were missing like a title. So if you're explaining a lot of things and you're moving from one report part to the other, and maybe one report doesn't have a title, it's, I don't know where to go. I would need to, think about, okay, what's your next 3 sentences? So then that means you're talking about this report and not this other one. So maybe some little work to do there. But one thing I'll also commend on the same spot is, I love the way you and I've not seen a lot of this so much. I love the way that, when you have like a bar chart, each of your bars, most of them have like a label. Honestly, there's nothing, so especially on the reports that you have to go from one place to the other, the fact that you're able to see the number, and then before you go to the x-axis to see, oh, what's the correlating value on that side, you already have the value there, and I'm able to see it, and I'm able to compare it with others. So I'm not just seeing the graph or the bars, I'm already seeing the label on top of the bar. I love that so much. It makes reading your reports a lot more easier. So I think those are the key things that I have. But other than that, excellent presentation. Thank you for coming back the 3rd time to do this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Sadiq. And thank you, Rahimat, for your resilience, coming back to present. It was a pleasure listening to your presentation. Okay, so you can sit back, listen to other presentations. We are almost at the end of the event itself, and we have just 2 presentations left. Okay, the leaderboard is looking very interesting, and I'm sure you don't want to see the leaderboard at the end of the session to see who came first. And everybody that's presented so far are superstars, okay? And for those of you listening, cheering them up in the comment section, you're also doing amazingly well. Thank you very much for being a part of this, okay? Elijah, let's bring in the next person. I think that's Rita. Rita
is, yes, Rita is here already. Rita, if you can hear me, we have powerful women presenting today, so that's fantastic. All right, I'm gonna add spotlight to you. You can share your screen and let us know when you're ready to go. We can't hear you, Rita. Do you want us?
Sorry?
Okay, yes, we can hear you now. That's good.
Okay.
Good to go?
You can hear me, you can see me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you, we can see you perfectly. All right. So over
Okay.
to you. Good luck.
Good evening, all. My name is Rita, and I'm here to talk about the insight I created on a deep dive into poverty, life expectancy, and GDP across African countries. I used Microsoft Power BI for this work, and I mostly use Power Query for my data preprocessing, and I had to use the star schema to model my data. This is the summary page. Looking at the summary page, you can see the sum of the GDP. Oh yes, I streamlined my data to start from 1990 to 2021 because I needed a particular range, because the different data that we are giving had different date ranges, and so it had different year ranges. This is some of GDP value across the range I used. This is the average GDP value of Africa, and this is the average life expectancy of Africa, which is quite low. Then there are 54 African countries in this data set, and 4 income groups and 5 number of regions. Looking at this plot here, you can see that the average life expectancy per year increased by 17% from 2000 to 2019, before it fell again, which was as a result of COVID. From research, it showed that COVID affected the average life expectancy in these 2 years. There is also a forecasting here, trying to predict what might happen in the next 10 years with this average life expectancy of countries in Africa. This first plot shows life expectancy by income group. Looking at this, that those with high income group have higher life expectancy. Then this particular plot here, this chart here shows the first 5 countries with the highest life expectancy. And this one shows the countries with the lowest life expectancy. But if you look at this, it does not mean that high income correlates with high life expectancy. Look at Seychelles, for example. It's number 4 amongst the top African countries, but it's the one that has the high income. Let's check Tunisia. Tunisia has low middle income, but it's still the country with the highest life expectancy. So it means that they're not really correlated here. They are all independent factors. This particular graph here also still shows the average life expectancy with each of the country, but then with a year slicer. Here you can drill down to know what happened in each country in a particular year. Let's check 1994. That was the year that Rwanda had genocide. Looking at it, they had the lowest average life expectancy, because that was the year that there was a genocide in Rwanda. So you can drill down, find out what happened in each year, find out why average expectancy is either increasing or reducing on each of the years and for each country in the African continent. This graph here shows average life expectancy by region. Northern Africa has highest average life expectancy compared to Southern Africa. It means that there is something that Northern Africa is doing that the Southern Africans are not doing for their own community and for their own countries. Then this is number of individuals by value income. This graph here shows that those earning between $30 to $40, which is the maximum from this data, are very, very small. They are minute compared to those earning $1 to $2.15. It means that those earning low income are a lot more than those earning high income in Africa as a continent. Then this animated bar race chart is showing the countries that have topped the charts over the 31-year period I used for this analysis for their GDP. It shows that the South Africa has had the best, or has had the highest GDP for a good number of years, except a few years when Nigeria topped the chart from 2008, 2012 down to 2021. But these charts can still be made to play fast, so you could see the end of the whole data, which can be done after the presentation. Then it's also evident that from 1995, the top 5 countries really changed when it comes to GDP. The countries that maintain the highest GDP have been there as the top 5 from 1995 till 2021. So it means that others are really not doing something right to improve their GDP. Then this is a map visual that is showing South Africa, is showing the top 10 countries with the highest GDP. Yes, South Africa is the highest here for a good number of years, but also on an average, they have the highest GDP, followed by Nigeria, and then also the rest of them are the top 10, with Ethiopia and Kenya as the 9th and 10th respectively. Then this chart here is showing is trying to compare or trying to know if there's a correlation between average GDP value and average life expectancy. South Africa has the highest GDP value, but then it does not have the highest life expectancy. It means that these two factors are independent. If we are to treat these two causes, we have to treat them independently. just like this chart here that shows that Seychelles has the highest income, but it's still not the highest, but it's not the one that has the highest average life expectancy. The same thing here. It's not, the GDP too is not also influencing or affecting the average life expectancy. Then top regions by GDP value, Northern Africa has the highest GDP value, Eastern Africa has the 5th one. Then to the KPI charts. This KPI chart is showing what influences life expectancy to increase. It shows that from the data set gotten, life expectancy increases when the income group is in the lower middle income. Normally, we would have thought it's supposed to be the higher income, but from the data itself, it said lower middle income. Then also when the year is 2013 and above, you can also ask, so what causes life expectancy to decrease? It decreases mostly when the year is 2005 and below, and also when there is income, sorry, when the income group is also the low income. Now you ask why there is a decrease between 2005 and below. It's because from the research, it shows that Africa as a continent started implementing healthcare for women and children after 2005, thereby increasing the average life expectancy of African community as Africa as a continent. Yes. The limitations, data sets had some missing values, and there was no data that was explaining gender, whether it's the male or the female that had the higher expectancy, higher average life expectancy, or the male, or vice versa. There was no gender data to specify who was earning more. Was that gender equality? Was every woman allowed to work? The data is missing. So we don't know, we cannot really say for sure who is earning more or why some people are earning more and vice versa. Also, the data there's no data that shows the reason for the death rates. Like maybe there's a death rate or there's average life expectancy of 41 because maybe some people died due to this sickness and all of that. There's no data detailing anything like that at all. Yes, I had some challenges with pre-processing and modeling my data, but I overcame all of them. Observations, like I said, healthcare was improved for women and children. The link is here, you can actually check it out later. Then also there are some research, the research also says that HIV and AIDS, diarrhea, respiratory infection, tuberculosis, all of these are causes of what has reduced life expectancy in Africa. Now, when you come to recommendation, you can also see that in 2021, from the given data, average expectancy of Africa as a continent is 62.8. But in the same year, Europe had 80.1, and North America had 75.15. It means that despite the fact that average life expectancy is increasing in Africa, we still have some things that we should be doing to actually meet up to these other standards. That brings me to the Sustainable Development Goals, which can be implemented. So from the research I've done and from the data set I've gotten, the government in Africa or the government in the countries in Africa as a continent can actually try to make cities and human settlements inclusive and safe for them, because it shows that crime rate is also a part of what causes reduction in life expectancy in Africa. Then they can also create more jobs and build critical skills to improve GDP, which will also in turn reduce individual poverty in the continent or in the country for the respective governments. They can also strengthen the healthcare systems. Yes, they've done that for women and children, but what about those that have diarrhea, malaria? All of these sicknesses are mentioned here in observation as what causes life expectancy to reduce in Africa. Then there should be also improving access to water and sanitation. That can actually tackle the diarrhea issue we have in Africa as a continent. So if all of these needs are met, then we can actually build sustainably, we can actually sustainably develop Africa as a continent. Thank you.
Well done, Rita. Well done, well done, well done. You did it right at the nick of time. You had 22 seconds left. So well done for that brilliant presentation. Okay, I can see Sadiq's video is on. I believe Sadiq has some feedback for you. Sadiq, Michelle, and Sebastian. So let's start with Sadiq, please.
I don't have a feedback for Rita. Rita did excellently well. Our presentation was fantastic. Honestly, Rita kind of broke into something I wanted to say at the end of the session, because I've written down here that after about 5, 6, 7 persons have kind of presented, I said no one is using a slider to show timeline of events. And Rita just broke that. It was part of the general comments because this problem is a unique time problem. I was actually looking forward to someone showing me not how Rita did it, but I was expecting like a slider, like, you know, you drive a slider across 1999 to 2000 and whatever, and you'll be able to see changes in how things are moving. This is a simple time variant, you know, problem, and there should be that visualization that shows that. And Rita just broke right into that on that GDP one slide. And I was like, oh, I'm not gonna make this comment because someone just did that. That was excellent. There's something I just wanted to mention. What's with the forecast? Was there a consideration for COVID with your forecast? And was that because forecast COVID was meant to be an anomaly year, which kind of happened to everyone. Now I saw that, you know, that did you consider COVID? Did you make your forecast out of the COVID year, or you just have to skip the COVID years?
It was out of the COVID year, and that was why I brought the forecast back behind like 6 years, so that it shows that minus the COVID year, this is what it's supposed to look like.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. Awesome presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sadiq. Any other judge with a feedback? Michelle?
I thought it was excellent. I absolutely loved it. Everything was great. I love the way you brought up about COVID, the genocide, and like the healthcare of women and children. And I hope all that timed into it. You really thought about it, as well as every presentation when you were talking about the graphs, you had an insight written there, backing it up. Beautifully done. The only thing would be like slight colors, play with more colors in your slides. I think you just did blue and white, but you could definitely make it pop more. But it was a brilliant presentation and excellent. Very well done.
Thank you.
All right. So I think the credit goes to 10Alytics, if I'm right here, because I mean, I started going through LinkedIn to find out who Rita Ozo is to start with. So well done, 10Alytics. I mean, this is just what it looks like, because it cuts across so many things. She didn't just give us the visualization. She went as far as building a schema, and obviously for her to get 46.3 trillion as sum of GDP, you can't just do that in Excel. You need to join multiple data set that you have there and build a schema that will tie down to the countries as well, and to generate average of GDP. And for some information that we've seen previously, I started asking myself, what I'm getting here, is it different from what other people are getting, and how did that happen? So Rita, well done. I mean, and secondly, I love your data intellectual curiosity. I don't think there's any manager you sit under that will not appreciate your work, in the sense that, okay, I discovered this, but I don't think that is the reason why this is so. You now go as far as to prove if that is true or not. And you did it not once, not twice. I mean, it's absolutely amazing. And I'll really say that, yeah, for you to give this brilliant presentation, I don't even want to talk about the graphics, because the graphics is also there. But for me, I'm more about the intelligence that is in the presentation, which you've actually shown. Now, the one question, I'm sorry, is a good presentation, but I'm here to learn though. So, I mean, I couldn't get it, and that's why I just want to learn. One question I would like to find out is on that poverty. Can you just click on the poverty tab? Is it this one? Yeah, so that boils down to I mean, I wish the last speaker is currently listening, where I was talking about the reason why merging of the data, it's not accurate. But Rita, can you tell me why you decided to choose a certain date, a certain time frame, rather than looking at the entire data set that you were given?
Okay, the data set was not equal. Like the GDP date range was different from the poverty threshold date range. So I had to streamline it so that when I'm analyzing, I'm actually analyzing, like making references to similar dates and similar time range. So that was why I had to narrow down my GDP date range.
Exactly. Now, what pre-informed you to start from, you started from 1990?
90.
Why did you start from 1990?
That was the date range in the poverty threshold data.
And you answered correctly. You answered correctly. And because when you look at the data set, for instance, if you now want to merge the, what they call it, the poverty line, you see that your data will definitely be skewed starting from 1960, that the data set, because those informations, and we have more of missing data within that time frame. So well done for your data intellectual curiosity of streamlining the years, which actually gives more impact and makes us look at the information that is being generated real time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And this is the kind of person I also really want to work with when you are thinking not just within the box, but outside of the box. And the references you made saying, okay, so let's look at this. I was blown away. Thank you so much for this. And credit to 10Alytics, it shows the impact. Well done.
Sebastian, do I sense a job offer somewhere?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
I said, do I sense a job offer somewhere?
Well, yes. There is a job offer coming. Yes, but I won't speak further than that. Let's leave it that way. But check your LinkedIn profile though.
All right. Thanks a lot for that. Absolutely phenomenal. Thanks a lot, Rita, for putting in the work, the time to do all this, putting all this together. I really appreciate you. All right.
Thank you very much.
I have a couple of comments quickly. Have you stopped presenting, Rita? I was looking for the first person to use the key influencer, in the dashboard. I was so happy when I saw it in your presentation. All right, exactly. I was looking for the first person that would use it, and I was happy when I saw this. So I think you need to I think Michelle spoke about also, because it's there, but it's not clear. All right, it's easy for someone to miss it during the presentation. So that's where you need to now combine the feedback she gave you then about using colors and ensure that pops. Okay, but all in all, I like your presentation. I think the other thing you just need to take note, which is one thing that I've actually mentioned to a couple of other presenters today. Okay, just focus on the structure of your visuals. All right, how many visuals you are putting on the tab, and ask yourself the question, what exactly am I trying to communicate on each particular tab? Okay, other than that, well done.
Thank you very much.
All right. I think okay. Thanks a lot, Rita. Yeah, you can take some rest. I can see you breathing already, so try and relax. Okay. I'm going to bring in somebody else, the last person. So please, judges, start to update all the participants, scoring sheets. All right. So I'm going to bring in Shegun Omoru. That's the last person we're going to be listening to today. Okay. So Shegun, if you can hear me, you can unmute yourself. I've requested you to unmute yourself. Shegun, are you there? I'm asking you to unmute yourself. So please, if you can hear me, please unmute yourself. Omoru.
I think you're muted, wrong, Shegun.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's tomorrow. It's currently he was on the call, so I don't know where you're going to now.
Hello, Adiza. If you put him in waiting room, so I will deleted him back.
No. I think okay. All right, thanks.
He's back
That's
now,
fine.
yeah.
All right, Shegun Umaru, yes. Shegun, go ahead. Okay. I'm gonna spotlight you, and yeah. Shegun, how are you doing today?
I'm fine. Good afternoon.
All right, that's amazing. It's good to see you. It's good to hear from you. If you want to go ahead to share your screen and go ahead with your presentation, that would be great.
All right. you set?
Would you mind presenting the full screen rather than
Okay.
just that page itself to make it easier?
Can you see my screen now?
Fantastic. Yeah, that's perfect. That's good.
Okay.
So just let me know when you're ready. And
Okay.
yeah. There is a background noise from somewhere. Just
All right.
make sure there's no background noise where you are, because I can hear
Okay.
some background noise earlier.
Okay, you're
All right.
hearing some. Are you hearing any background noise?
No, not at the moment. So you're good to go. Just
Okay.
let me know it. All right. You can go ahead.
All right. So can I start?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, judges and everyone present. My name is Shegun Moru. I'll be presenting on the insights and recommendations developed from a deep dive into poverty, life expectancy, and GDP across African countries from 1960 to 2021, with the goal to help develop insights and recommendations for key government stakeholders on how to improve economic and social conditions in their respective countries. So I took in the following steps to actually achieve these goals. So the first step is data inspection, cleaning, and manipulation. So I did data inspection, cleaning, and manipulation using NumPy, Pandas, and scikit-learn Python libraries from the data given to me by 10Alytics to be able to generate my insights. Then the second step, I was able to explore the clean data, okay, using NumPy and Pandas. So you can see that these are the works I actually did. So I started with my exploratory data analysis. So I was able to look at the univariate analysis, the bivariate and the multivariate of each of the features present in the data set. All right, so I was able to check the patterns and trends, then also look at the missing values and how to resolve them. All right, so then the third step is to actually visualize the insight generated from the data exploration using matplotlib and Seaborn. All right. Then the last step is to, I was able to draw my recommendations from the data exploration. Then I had over 20 insights generated from that, but I'll be focusing on just 5 major insights to help me achieve my goal. So the first one, I'm going to run to the first one, and the first one is actually the top 3 countries, African countries with the greatest life expectancy. All right, the top 3 countries with the greatest life expectancy, and this is it here. Okay, so this is the great list. Let me show the greatest. think I passed there. All right, so this is the top 3 countries with the greatest life expectancy. So I discovered that I have Cabo Verde, Algeria, and Tunisia. All right, so Cabo Verde had 76.6 life expectancy, followed by Algeria, and followed by Tunisia. And don't forget, in the data set given to us, given to me rather, I have life expectancy as part of the features. So I was able to compare it with the country, all right, the African country. So I discovered that Cabo Verde had the highest life expectancy, all right. So it fall among the greatest country. I mean the greatest life expectancy in terms of the country, all right. Then I have my observation. So from my research as well, I also discovered from WHO that 3 years down the line, like that's from 2000 to 2019, all right. There has been a life expectancy improvement, okay, from 71 years to 74. All right, then Algeria also had an increase, all right, 4.92 increase, all right. That's from 72 years to 77 in 2019. Okay, so let me move to the second one, which is the top 3 least African countries in terms of life expectancy. All right, so in that I add South Sudan and Rwanda, followed by Uganda. So South Sudan had 12.4, all right, from the data given to me, all right, and the exploration that I performed. So Uganda, South Sudan rather at 12.4, followed by Rwanda, then Uganda at 23.9, all right. So we can see the life expectancy value, all right, based on these African countries. Then the next one is the GDP trend, all right, because GDP is one major thing that we can also look at when it comes to the rate of poverty in a particular in a country in a particular African country, all right. So, but I was able to look at the GDP trend, all right, and I discovered that since 1960, because I focused on 1960 to 2021. There have been a steady upward trend, all right, from 1960 to 2020, 2018, 2019, and there was a little decline before it went up again, all right, from 2018 to the present time, all right. So then from here, I was able to discover that in 2018, COVID-19 actually played a major, a kind of a setback to the upward trend, all right, of these African countries. Okay, so then I also look at the African regional GDP trend, all right. So I discovered that Middle Africa, all right, Middle Africa had a steady upward trend up until 2018 before it went up. So this is a trend for that. Then I also look at Nigeria as an example. As an example, we from 1960 to 2021, so we can see the upward trend here. All right, and if you look at the observation, there was a GDP growth rate that fell from an average of 7% from 2000 to 2014, then to minus 1.6% in 2016. All right, so though despite a little rise of about 26.55% from 2014 to 2018, all right. So I was able to tell a short story based on this observation. Okay. Then I also look at the top 3 regions with the least GDP. All right. So I discovered that Middle Africa, okay, is the least, followed by Eastern Africa, then Southern Africa. All right. Then I was able to visualize that this is the top 3 regions with the least GDP value. Then the GDP trend contribution by region. All right. So we can also see that Northern Africa had the highest contribution from my data because I have region, and I also have GDP value given to me. So we can see that Northern Africa has the highest GDP contribution. Then GDP by contribution by country. So I discovered that Nigeria has the highest GDP contribution, all right, to the continent of Africa, all right, with that's 45.439 quadrillion, all right, while Eritrea has the lowest total GDP value of 16.37 trillion. So that shows Nigeria contributed to the most GDP to the continent of Africa. All right, then from the data, I discovered that there is an income group. So we have the lower middle income group, we have the upper middle income, we have the low income, we have the high income. All right, and we also have the category of people that have their daily income between the poverty lines. So we have $30 to $40. So we can see the number of people in that category that have their daily income $40 to $40 above. We have $20 to $30, okay, like that. So we can see that total number of people by category of people daily income. So more people are in the category of $3.65 to $6.85 daily income, all right, and then followed by $1 to $2.15, all right, daily income earners, all right, and these people also play a major role in terms of the GDP contribution. So I did the life expectancy trend, and I was able to check the correlation between GDP value and life expectancy. So I discovered that.
Hello,
hello?
Hello, Shagun. Yes, you have 1 minute to run through your recommendations and all the things you have left.
So there's a negative correlation between life expectancy and the GDP value. So then I was able to draw my recommendations. Okay, so this is a summary of the recommendations. Do I have my limitations and challenges? All right. So the summary is we need to implement targeted poverty alleviation programs that provide access to basic necessities, income generation, and skill development. All right. Then foster community collaborations to create support for those in need and establish community-driven initiatives. All right. Promoting education, healthcare, and economic opportunity. Then investing in healthcare infrastructure, including hospitals, and make it accessible and quality healthcare services. Then promoting healthy lifestyle choices, all right, by raising our proper awareness and the importance of balanced diet. Okay, because these are the things I discovered from my data, and that's why a lot of countries have short life expectancy. Okay, then focus on policies and initiatives that support and empower lower middle income earners in Africa by investing in education, training programs, creating job opportunities, and supporting small and medium-sized business. Then work in partnership with private sectors to create more jobs across different sectors and industries. All right. So these are my recommendations from the insight generated and the observations made. Okay. So thank you so much for the presentation and for the privilege to be part of this. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Shagun, for taking our time to do this. It's definitely a lot of work that you've put in, definitely. So thanks a lot for doing all this. So I'm just going to be calling on the judges to, Okay, so I have Michelle quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll go quick. It was brilliant. You've done so much. Great Python work, really good detail, really good plots. There's just a few small pointers and tips. I like the way that you went in to explain that we were going to do univariate, bivariate, and multivariate analysis. It'd be good if that was really clear every time you went into those sections. And there was a lot of sections where it's just called observations, but it was observations on what? As well as when you present, scroll from top to bottom, not scroll a little bit, go back up, go back down. I think you lost a lot of time on that because you had some really great stuff to present and it was amazing. One tip I would give you and everyone else I've seen it in notebooks, you're better off creating functions, putting them into PyScripts and importing them so that you have less code on your screen so that when you're presenting, it's about the graphs and the summary text. You did really well using Markdown. It's just there was a lot of code that could have been cleaned up and put elsewhere and brought in. But really, really good work. Would recommend using MKDocs for anyone that was using notebooks and Markdowns just to enhance it. But very well done. I was very impressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to take Olamide next. Olamide, do you want to go next?
Okay, all right. Well done, Shagun. Okay, it's just clear that you've actually put quite a lot of work into this. All right. For me, it's just you need to pay attention to making sure there's a connection between your story and then your actual work. Okay, because you sort of like got lost a bit in actually trying to explain through the technical bit of what you've done. And I'll be honest, actually, you lost me a couple of times, all right, in terms of being able to connect to the actual bit of what you were saying. So it's important that while you, and it's a skill that it's not something to really feel down or anything about. This is something that a lot of practitioners take a lot of years to practice. I remember quite well one of the first few projects that a team I worked with about 5 years ago did. And we presented it to the stakeholder that they just looked at us at it was just blank, really. So it's something that you need to more like with practice, you're able to learn that so that by the time you've done the technical work, you can do it. It's clear from what you've shown us, from what you've done. All right, but then you need to now figure out a way to make sure that when you actually communicate those insights, you are clear about what you want to say directly to the audience. So that for me was missing a bit in your presentation, okay? And just something I want you to just pay attention to. Other than that, well done, and keep up doing good data work. Cheers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Hey, so Sebastian, do you want to go next?
Thank you so much. Shagun, you actually did an amazing job. All right. So I believe you've been on the call from the start.
Yeah.
One thing you need to know is hackathon exposes, and I think this is not the first time I'm seeing your face in a hackathon. I'm surprised seeing you again. So I'm happy that you are improving daily.
Thank you. Thank you.
So please, if possible, go back to this recording and take all the feedbacks that the judges gave. Absolutely amazing and insightful, so I can build in, and more especially the aspect of visual analytics. All right, more especially the aspect of visual analytics. Visualization, it's not pictorial. It's not pictorial. It needs to be informative and insightful. And this is just for all. This is also for everyone that is on the call, because a good example is what I'm seeing on the screen at the moment. It looks beautiful to be hung on my wall, but it's not giving me any insights. I can't really say what the insight here is. Well, now that you scrolled it up, that's fine. That's fine. But the last one that you showed me there, I mean, if I print and put it on my wall, it makes absolutely sense. But based on data and intelligence behind it, well, so thank you so much for your time. And this is actually a hard work. Within the shortest possible time, you're a superstar, and I see you going far. Well done.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
All right, thanks a lot for that. All the judges, please, let's start to update all the rating sheet for all the participants. Okay, so Shagun, thanks a lot for taking out the time to do this. You keep improving, like in all the things, like the rightly said, you're part of the top people from the last time, okay? Some of the people, based on I think the top 15 people that presented last time, you're part of them, and you did a very good job. So thanks a lot for doing this, all right? So I'm just going to, I think we're done with everything. We're done with everyone, okay? So Shaggy, you can stay back, relax. So I'm just going to bring in Adeza. Adeza, what's the story?
Okay, all right. So I'm just going to refresh the leaderboard. And just to be sure again that everybody, all the judges have come. It's looking very interesting, honestly. I can see a lot of guesses in the chat section saying, "Oh, it has to be this person," but it's actually very interesting. I'm just going to refresh the leaderboard one more time, okay, and then I'll share my screen. We'll all see who the winner of the 10Alytics Alumni Hackathon for the year 2023. This is absolutely phenomenal. Okay, so I'd just like to get a thumbs up from the judges. Just confirm that you have completed the rating. Just give me a thumbs up. I'll do the final refresh and then, okay. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Sebastian. Okay, I'm not sure I can see.
Yeah, they use the icon, so I can see Sadiq, Sebastian. Yes, all good.
Okay, I'll do the final refresh and then I'll
drum
share
roll.
my screen.
Let's do a drum roll. I don't have a drum roll. Let me look for a drum roll real quick.
Okay, so I think we are good. Drum rolls, drum rolls, drum rolls, everybody. I'm sharing my screen now. If I thought you were doing drum rolls.
I'm literally looking for it right now.
Okay. And the winner of 2023. Wait. Okay, let me hold on. I'll just hold on a bit. The people that didn't even participate are more nervous than those that participated.
Everybody's excited.
If we can't hear your drum. No, we can't hear the drum. No, we can't hear the drum. Okay. Anyways, drum rolls are not working. So I'll just go ahead and share my screen and let's see who the winner of the 2023 10Alytics Alumni Data Hackathon is. And there you have it. There you have it. So who guessed right? So Rita, well done. You didn't present first. You came in the middle. You did your presentation. Absolutely phenomenal. Well done, Rita. You did fantastically well. And second place, we have Mohammed. And of course, these are the two people, interestingly, Sebastian said he would love to work with. And I mean, Rita, you did very well. Mohammed. And third place, second runner-up is Emmanuel. Emmanuel, you presented first. You came right at the beginning. You held your place. You held your own, delivered exceptionally well. Well done, Emmanuel. Emmanuel came third place at 83% with Olayinka. So there's a tie. There's a tie for third and fourth place. Okay. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Rita, if you can put on your video, I can imagine the excitement on your face. I can see you jumping up and down wherever you are right now, but just put on your video. Mohammed, if you are still there, turn on your video as well. Emmanuel and Olayinka, well done, well done, well done, guys. I was super, super impressed, super, super, super impressed, super, super impressed. Okay. Would allow you to unmute yourself and would like to get your feedback. Would also like to hear from the judges for them to give their raw remark and feedback, for the entire process and the session before we call it a day. Okay, So I'm going to ask you to unmute yourself, Emmanuel. I can't see Olayinka. Is Olayinka still here?
Adisa, if they can also tell us what they are doing currently, because I know Michelle will want to hire some of them, or Sadiq, or
all of them,
or
all of them.
like to hire.
All right. Okay. I think it's just Olayinka that is not here. Let me search if Olayinka is still on the call with us. Olayinka is here. Okay.
Okay, let me know.
Right.
I've added him to the. His video was turned off before, but it's on now. Olayinka,
Okay.
yes. Okay. Where's your cap?
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Put on the cap. Yeah. So you're back from the 1940s and 1950s. Welcome, Olayinka. So let's start from Olayinka. Olayinka, you tell us a bit about what you do. Okay, there's a feedback from somewhere. Olayinka, you tell us, what you do. Give us your experience, the hackathon, when you received the data set, what was the process all about? And, just tell us what the process, the entire process, what you currently do. The judges would love to know if you are open, for more opportunities. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, currently I actually practice as a pharmacist in an hospital. And then yesterday when I received the data set, I was sick. I was very sick and I was on medication. But I was resolved that I was going to take part in the hackathon. Since I made up my mind I was going to take part. As I was taking my drug, I was just trying to write my code and trying to make my presentation. And I was like, even if I'm going to be sick, I'm going to submit. It's better I'm told that I didn't skate the first round than me not participating with an excuse. And then when the congratulatory message came in, I was like, let me just put in more effort, and I'm better than yesterday today, and I think I can do better than yesterday. And I was able to do some more and make some submission. I'm absolutely happy, and I'm very, 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 very grateful to 10Alytics. I wasn't expecting it.
Fantastic, Olayinka, brilliant. Olayinka, you joined our program last year, 2022. Am I correct?
Yes, the cohort 9.
Cohort 9, absolutely brilliant. So I'm impressed to see your growth within the space of a year and what you've been able to achieve. Well done, Olayinka. That's simply amazing. Okay, so let's hear from Emmanuel. Emmanuel, you came first, you presented first, and then you are here again. So let's hear from Emmanuel.
All right, can everybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
It's actually really emotional for me. You see, my eyes are red because most of the time I self-doubt myself, like, can I actually do this? Can I do that? Like, it's really emotional for me. So my background is in civil engineering, and I can remember the first time I knew about 10Alytics. I was in the hostel about watching ball, and then there was like a free session to join 10Alytics. That was, I think, was it 2020 or 2021? So I just joined while watching ball, just listening with my earpiece, and then I heard about the course, and then I decided to just go ahead and pay and take the training. And not long after, I got a data analysis job at AXA Mansard, which I was so happy, like I could learn within this short period of time and still then go ahead and do such great things. And it's really emotional for me. Like, even at where I work currently, I don't even do data analysis again. I do Microsoft Power Platform, Power Apps, Power Automate. So me going back to the roots and seeing this is really emotional for me. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well done, Emmanuel. When I looked at, while you were giving your presentation, of course, I looked up, I checked all of you, and I saw you registered in 2021, about 2 years ago. And like you said, you've moved on to so many other things along the line of your career path and so on and so forth. Well done, Emmanuel. And once again, congratulations to you. Okay, so we move on to the first runner-up, second place, Mohammed. Mohammed, tell us a bit about yourself. Tell us what the process, the experience was like, and let's hear from you.
Thank you. So I don't even know where to start from. I joined the January cohort, data science January cohort, 10Alytics, and right from the first class, we're introduced to what we'll be learning, across the months, and I was anticipating the Python classes. That was the class I was anticipating, and when we got into Python, I got to see the strength and the power of Python. You can easily bring out insights from a vast amount of data just by writing a few lines of code, and the learning process was very fantastic. And again, this hackathon was a learning process for me personally. Listening to the feedback from the judges, with their wealth of experience, it was really, really, really phenomenal. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well done, Mohammed. Mohammed, again, like you said, he joined January this year, 2023, joined the data science program, and Mohammed has been doing fantastic stuff. We enjoyed our presentation, Mohammed, and definitely you are on to greater things ahead of you. Well done, Mohammed. And the most powerful woman in the house, Rita. Everybody was rooting for you, Rita. And the moment you presented, I mean, everybody said, no, it has to be Rita, it has to be Rita. Interestingly, you came tops. Well done, Rita. Ife, you were saying something.
Rita is on the way to the bank already, so.
All right, Rita, go ahead. Let's hear from you.
Sorry, I'm on my way to church. I didn't go to church this morning. So, I don't know, I didn't expect this. I did a night shift on Friday night. So I said, well, I was still going to participate on Saturday morning. Well, when I started, I was like, okay, there are so many cleaning that needs to be done. And my eyes were heavy. And I said, should I just go and sleep and leave this? Maybe I can join next time. I don't know. I just battled it. But at some point, I wasn't feeling sleepy again because I was becoming more interested. I wanted to just finish it and everything. But luckily, I finished it. Even during the onboarding, when I was saying, you have 10 minutes to present, judges are going to look out for this. It was as if my heart was sinking into my stomach. I said, God, what am I going what am I going to say? Like, does this even, like, can I even do this? But I don't know. I did it. And usually I used to invite my mom for things like this. But I said, no, this one I won't tell her, just in case something goes wrong. But I don't know, I'm happy. Thank you very much, 10Alytics, for giving me this opportunity. I'm just very grateful. I did not expect this, and I am going to appreciate this. Yes, that one. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Well done, Rita. Rita is also one of our current students. She joined in 2023 as well this year. Okay, fantastic. Big congratulations to everybody. And I'm sure the judges will have their closing remarks, one or two things to say, not just to the winners, obviously, but to everybody in general. And you can see we have Matthew. Interestingly, the very first edition of the 10Alytics Hackathon we held in 2021, Matthew was one of the winners in 2021. So Matthew, just a little bit more, I believe you would have made the cuts and, been at the top three again. Rahimat, you also did very well. You can see, even though you had challenges, you did very well. And to everybody else who presented, I would want to say a big well done. And this is a platform onto greater things for you. At the end of today, later during the week, take out time, look at the case study again, take the feedback and walk through it one more time, okay? The areas where you had to rush because of the time constraints, obviously, take out time, work on it, do some more in-depth analysis, and we'll make this available to everybody. Everybody, if you want to use the case study, work on it, use it as a learning process for you at the end of the day. We'll make that available to you. The YouTube has the stream session from yesterday and today as well. It's also on YouTube for your viewing. Okay, so I'll hand over to Michelle to give us closing remarks. I'll go to Sadiq, I'll go to Sebastian. I don't know if Olamide is still on the call, and then we'll take Olamide. Michelle.
Amazing. This is the first hackathon I've done where I've been a judge and didn't know what to expect. And I really enjoyed it, getting into the technical detail and seeing how people did things in a different way, how people problem solved. And it's been really inspiring, really incredible. I know we've only seen 9, but I can only imagine all the other case studies that were done and completed. I'd say they were exceptional too. It's been really, really great to see. I'm definitely going to be doing some poaching because we are hiring in Lloyds Banking Group. Data is a key part of our strategy and we are in a growth phase of the business. So reach out to me on LinkedIn. You can easily find me. 10Alytics has tagged me in a lot of stuff, so you should find me fairly, fairly easy. But absolutely loved it. It was great. I'm now inspired for work in the morning, which is the main thing. Like, you have to love what you do and then you don't really feel like you're working. But thank you for having me. It was fantastic. Everyone was exceptional. It was really, really good.
All right, fantastic. Okay, so Michelle, I'm going to take you up on your offer. We'll reach out to you because one of the things we do, apart from just giving the technical skill, is to also help people transition from the classroom into, getting actual jobs, putting their hands to work, to helping businesses solve problems. So reach out to you in regards to that and see where we can, explore more opportunities available along those lines. All right.
Amazing.
Thank you very much, Michelle. It's a pleasure having you. Sadiq.
Yeah, congratulations to everyone, those who have been opportunity to come on the platform to present. One thing I want to say is that I know there's a lot of people that wanted to be on the stage today, but maybe some people chickened out. And this is the result. And I remember there was a time when I was 7, in the spirit of the 50th anniversary of NYSC, for those who are Nigerians, there was a time, the first competition that was given nationwide for youth corps members. I was like, I don't want to do this. I got the information very late, just like 2 days before the deadline, but I still kind of put in for it. And at the end of the day, I put in my very best and was able to be part of the very first people awarded those awards. What I want to draw from this, and I see that parallel with a lot of people. People were not kind of prepared. People were not, people were sick. Some people were not, they weren't in the best shape, but they still put in their efforts to, to just engage. The reason why they're able to do that was because they've been practicing, they've been doing some work. They are not idle. What gave me that permission to say, yes, I want to put in for this report was during my NYSC days, I was writing articles from my NYSC chapter in my state. So I was like, okay, yeah, let me just put this in. So you can't just wake up one day and say, yeah, I want to do this. What will give you that conviction to put in the effort, even at the last minute, is that you've been practicing. It's part of your DNA. It's part of what you do. And hopefully you will not miss out on opportunities like this. It's not just about the exposure, not about the prize. It's also part of the exposure and learning from your peers. I won't want to go into technical details in terms of what people did and what they didn't do. But one thing I would say that will sum up everything is the fact that pay attention to details. These are the very little. You would see that you have 89, 84, 83, 83, 76, 74. There's hardly any. That means one mark or 2 marks can make a difference, and this is where attention to details come into play. So as much as possible, when you do some things, when you are done and you're done with most of these things, take care of aesthetics as well, so that at the end of the day, when your work comes out, it has a bit of edge. And lastly, in terms of opportunities, honestly, this is just the very beginning. And as someone who works at Google, I would say that what makes you stand out, especially for people who are not core analytics specialists as their work, their day-to-day work. I've seen engineers, I've seen a pharmacist in this competition. This is where the world is going into. You have a domain expert, and then you combine the power of analytics to do your work. These are the kind of people that all those big companies are looking for. I work with colleagues that they're in the health sector, but they know about clouds, they know about analytics, they know about some of this very big technologies. Maybe not in details, but enough to be able to edge them over some other people that they're also domain experts. But they don't know about analytics and all this. So whether you want to make it as your core job or you want to combine it and make it, a springboard for the job that you're looking for, you're definitely on the right path. And I wish you well in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sadiq. Sebastian.
All right. So congratulations to the participants, and for those that made it through, congratulations. And for those that did not try, also congratulations for showing interest. But it will be good if you can try. Yeah, I mean, anytime I come into a hackathon section, I said to myself, this is an opportunity to learn, and it's an opportunity to also give back, because the height where I am was a hackathon experience that discovered me in 2018. So that was when I was rounding up my MSc, and this hackathon organized by PwC UK and Google UK and Microsoft, trying to look at domestic violence and how to address it. I mean, my professor then sent me the link, and I was not interested. I was not interested. But that dying minute I just had to apply. And to cut the long story short, I came first in that hackathon. And this were where both doctors by profession, I think we're only 2 students that were in that hackathon competition, and the rest, it's now history. So now I'm just going to give a few tips. At least Mitchell said, please reach out to me and connect to me. I don't expect anybody on this call who have not sent it. I mean, I expect everyone to have sent a friend request to Mitchell, because one thing about this industry is all about connection. Hi, Mitchell. I came first in this competition, which you were the judge. Hi, Mitchell. I was in the panel section. Sorry, I was a participant in this, and I'm open for more connections. This is just how it works. Yesterday, when we were looking at it, someone posted on the group, oh, look at the person that came first. She's flying high, and she's the European. She's working with Amazon or somewhere and in charge of the European region. Now, I don't want to take anything away from 10Alytics. You guys are amazing for providing this platform to breed talents like this. Honestly, you guys are amazing. I mean, I can't imagine that someone registered this year, January, to learn, and the person is being on the leaderboard. I mean, I wanted to make comments on each and every one of the participants, but I'm not going to do that. So what I'm trying to say is, on my own parts, I'm not the manager of Cambridge University, but I know what my recommendations can do. And I know people that have actually recommended in that capacity. And yes, I look forward to the next stage. And part of what I'll be offering is, this is a problem that we need to start solving. Now, as an individual, this is how you can create opportunity for yourself. You've seen the data set, even if you didn't participate, right? Go and do an analysis on these data sets. One of the things that stood out for me in this, all the participants, is the Suleiman, when he tried to build an algorithm behind that data, behind the task that was given. It's absolutely amazing, but don't stop at building that. Can you create it in form of a product and send a small brief to WHO and tell them, I have a solution, this is the problem, this is how we can tackle it, and this is the analysis, and this is it. See, what this is going to do for you is, it may not get you to that job, but it has shown you the spotlight, and you can from there start looking at several opportunities within the global talent industry of the world. And that is how you can benefit from that. Now, I'm not sure if I'm in the right position to say what I'm about to say now, but Efe and Adiza I'm open to still looking at how we can carry this further into a research field and for international publications. By God's grace, I'm one of the editorial board member of one of the international journals in applied AI and machine learning. And I'm so open for this to actually be taken real further into World Health Organization. And I know few people within the World Health Organization, the head of data scientists in World Health, which I can write a recommendation and project it. So don't stop there, keep pushing it. I mean, like for Shehu, I'm surprised seeing what seeing that he also came up in this competition, because he was in the last competition, and I can see the improvement in him. Honestly, I can see the improvement of the presentation that he made this time around, and I can see how so overall, thank you so much, 10Alytics. Thank you for providing this platform. And to the winners, Rita, please make sure you praise God and worship God when you get to church this evening. And for everyone, congratulations. I'm super excited because I learned a lot from all the judges, Michelle, Sadiq, Michelle, Sadiq, and I can't really see Olamide. I mean, I'm super excited being on this panel with them, and I learned so much. Thank you so much. And I'll also connect with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. Okay, quickly, Olamide, if you're still there.
Yeah, I'm here. I haven't gone anywhere. It's crazy. We've been here for 4 hours plus, but I think it's actually been worth it. First, let me say well done to the 10Alytics team. It's always heartwarming when we give to people the training that they need to set themselves apart in the data analytics space. And I think in terms of all the participants, I think it's something you need to be, it's a thing of pride for you to have had the opportunity to present today and actually showcase your work within the time frame. Trust me, the knowledge that you've acquired stays with you, or it can only get better, really. But one thing I wanted to tell, I would like to stress for everyone that has presented today, okay? Yeah, you might not have come up tops, but part of what we use to judge in terms of the criteria had to do with not just the technical bits. And it's important that you pay attention to the entire spectrum of what it is to be a complete professional. All right, you had the problem statement, you had the timing, you had the way you presented, apart from the insight you also generated. So while you are honing your skills in how to use Python, how to use Power BI, and whatever tool that you have in your stack, it's important that you focus on the other pseudo things, all right? The soft skills around communicating effectively, around storytelling, around presentation. Those things are also what people look out for. I was interviewing someone just last week recently, and even though she had a very, very solid CV, and then it was clear, but then she blew all of us away because she told her story in such a compelling manner. So communication is actually important, and it's something that if you have forums like this, you really need to give it a shot, all right? Because every hackathon in this nature that you come to, that you present, you are actually getting better. It's so important that you have to take note of that. And then I tell people, building a career analytics is a journey. It's really a journey. Don't be in a hurry, really. Take time to do the work. Take time to burn the midnight oil, really, and take time to really fine-tune your skills. And when you have the opportunities to present, to showcase your work, don't let it slide. All right. I really enjoyed myself, really. And to all the judges, Michelle, Sadiq, and Sebastian, I'm sure you've seen, I already tagged you on one of your quotes already. Visualization is not pictorial. When I see those solid nuggets, really, it's important that we share, and I look forward to it's already a community. I tell people I accept everyone that requests to add me on LinkedIn. I'm not discriminatory. All right, so please, all right, so just stay connected, stay grounded. There's still a lot to come, and I like the fact that and I'll go back to last thing Sebastian said about working further on this, even with I think, was it the UN you said, or I can't remember now.
Yeah.
Okay, and it points to something I always tell professionals, because I do a lot of career counseling and coaching for analytics professionals in my own spare time. I tell them, when they ask me the question, how do I start my analytics career? This is a good place. All right. Trust me, this is something you can put on your CV. This is your body of work. For every presentation you've done here, whether you presented in Python or in Power BI, this is your work already. If someone asks you the question in an interview, what have you done? I participated in a data hackathon organized by 10Alytics, where I solved for so, and this was it. It started.
You don't have to wait till you get a formal job before you start to create a body of work. All right. And that speaks to what Sebastian said about working further you need to start to tackle. And I'm sure these data sets are there. I tell people all the time, if you are looking for something, look for a public data set out there, apply it. All right. Sebastian, what I normally tell people is that even if you've gotten a job, let's say I speak to people who are working in maybe non-core analytics roles, and they ask me, how do I get ahead in organization? I tell them simply, look for a data set within your organization, apply these concepts to it, document it in a presentation, and send it to your bosses. You need to also take that initiative, and a lot of things start from there, because not all those opportunities will fall on your lap. You really have to take it. All in all, it's been a wonderful experience. I didn't think I would last the last 4 hours, because I won't lie, my last 24 hours, trust me, it's been crazy. But I thoroughly enjoyed myself, and it's just a wonderful privilege to be part of this, and just to continue to contribute to the nurturing of the next generation. Thank you, everybody. Cheers.
All right, thanks a lot. Thanks to everyone. Thanks to all the judges. Thanks to the winners. Thanks to everyone that participated. Now, the key thing is statistics, okay? Looking at the numbers for people that registered, we had over 600 people that registered, okay? And we had close to 100 people that participated, all right? Now, we had about close to 30, close to 40 people that submitted also. That's for submissions, in terms of submissions. And out of those 40 people, we selected 10 people. And we have the top 3 people that won this. That is Rita, Mohammed, and we have Rita, Emmanuel, and Olayinka in 3rd place. So thank you guys for participating in this. We really enjoyed ourselves. I enjoyed myself also, okay? So, but also we need to give credence. We also need to give, a little bit of, importance to the people at the back end, okay, that's put all these things together. And that's by the 10Alytics staff. I'm like to, they're all on the call, like I see, I can see Elijah. So all of you 10Alytics, I would like to bring you guys, let everybody see your face, okay? All right, so I'm just going to call you guys, turn on your video, let everybody see the, the brilliant mind behind 10Alytics. It's not just a female and a days, trust me, okay? All right, we're just literally like 2% of that, okay? The remaining 98%, are the ones driving the whole force, okay? So I'm going to add you real quick, Elijah, okay? So I think that you can help me also to just spotlight everyone so everybody can see the beautiful people that we have, okay? So let's see my other guys. Okay. All right, so just turn on your video. Once you turn on your video, just let me know. Okay, I know Damilola is on the call. Oluwa Damilola is there. Let me see if I can search for you quickly. Okay, so you can just turn on your video and I'll bring it up, and everybody can see you. So you see Elijah that is looking, the way he's looking as if he's not looking at the camera, yeah? He's shy, okay? He's actually the mastermind behind the hackathon, okay? So we usually run our hackathon twice in a year, okay? And Elijah is a key person behind it that, takes it from inception to deployment, reaching out to the judges. So you see all the judges that you see here, Elijah is the one that, reached out to every single one of them, all right? And Elijah, what kind of... All right. Anyways, he's the mastermind behind it, and I really appreciate that. It's literally you. Elijah, you want to just say hi to everyone, okay, quickly? So your audio is gone.
All right. So sorry, I'm on 2 screens, so let me focus on this screen. Why are you guys in my voice this angle? So honestly, I feel we are taking things a notch higher. For the last hackathon that we did, we saw the numbers, and this is just for the alumni community, and it's definitely it was a success. It was a success, and I want to give a big shout out to women in data, Michelle and her team. They really pulled this off. They had to carry this event on their heads. Like, they made sure that they participated in every bit of it. I really appreciate women in data, down to Sebastian. Sebastian always ready to give us that audience and his time and his resources too as well. And also to Sadiq from Google, right? So I really appreciate you for honoring the invitation. Actually, it was a huge one for me. It was a huge one for me, and also down to Olamide. And yeah, I had to disturb you a lot. You know, you were moving down from one event to another, but I was still, pestering. But thank you very much for being here. It's no small feat for us. We really do appreciate you. I personally do appreciate you, and I always want to say, yes, later in the year we'll be having a very, very big one. Definitely going to be in the UK. So we'll push out creative regards to that, and we'll reach out to individuals just like you. You guys are already resource persons to the community, right? And you help us drive this initiative we are trying to build within Africa and beyond. Yeah, so that's basically it from my end, and I really do appreciate every individual that has taken each of their time to be here and to participate in the hackathon. Thank you very much.
All right, fantastic. Thanks a lot, Elijah. Elijah, do you want to say something?
No, I think Elijah has said it all. I'm just super excited. Superstars working at the background, making things happen. And of course, it's good for you to see their faces sometimes. Okay. Damilola, for example, one of our superstars, Isosa, superstar, Abibat, Nene, Elijah, and so many other people at the back end as well. Thank you very much, guys. You are always appreciated. And once again, to the judges, we want to say a big thank you for making this a success, and for all the participants, those that presented, those that participated by listening in, encouraging other people. We want to say a big thank you to everybody as we keep on building a community of budding tech talents springing out of Africa, springing out of the Black community. We would all be in touch together to make that happen. So thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much.
All right, fantastic. That's where we're going to draw the curtains today. Thanks. We are more than this. Some of them are currently shy, so they don't want to show their faces, but definitely we're more than this. So thanks to all the judges. Thank you guys for taking our time. Honestly speaking, when we look at funding, we need to raise maybe like, I don't even know the amount, no amount, okay? But we'll need to raise so much in order for us to engage all the judges that we have, and they spent 4 hours on call just to listen to you and critique, give you recommendations and so on what you can actually improve on. So thanks a lot to all the judges. I'll keep saying thanks. Thank you so much. All right. So if you are not part of 10Alytics, these are the things you're missing out on. Okay. So we have a program starting end of this month on the 27th of May. So if you have not registered, you're missing out. There's so much opportunity that you have going through 10Alytics. So please register, okay? Register so you can be a superstar like Rita, like Mohammed, and every other person that participated on the call. So I'm just going to leave it open to everybody. We are done for the session. And another amazing stats, okay? I like numbers, okay? We had over 200 people on the call since, 2 o'clock. We started around 2, all right? Until now, it's just dropping now because it's state end, but till the end, we had over 200 people listening and, engaging, and that's absolutely good numbers. We're still live on Instagram. We're still live on YouTube. LinkedIn had a little bit of issues, but we had quite a number of people on LinkedIn also, viewing the sessions. But anyways, we're going to tag the judges in all our recordings, all our posted, so you'll get a lot of requests and people messaging you guys, okay? All right, but thanks a lot for taking our time. I would like to, see everybody, okay? So I'm just going to remove the spotlight for everyone. So if you can turn on your video, we're going to take like a group photograph, okay? Well, we'll call it a group photograph anyways. Okay, so get ready to turn on your video. Let's just see where you are. I know everyone is from different places. You're currently in different areas, different places. So turn on your video, let's see you. Amazing. See the kind of fresh people, the clean, fresh, prime people that we have in 10Alytics. So thanks a lot for joining. You guys are amazing. I'm just going to, Elijah, I hope you're taking screenshots. Damilola, I hope you're taking screenshots. All right. So, you'll see your face. A lot of people, there was a particular lady or a particular participant or person that has gone through 10Alytics. And, we sent the hackathon, come and participate. You'll win $1,000. Okay, we didn't mention the pricing. Okay. So the first position is £500, $500. Okay, $500. Mohammed, second position is $300. Then Emmanuel and Olayinka would take Hathaway with 100 each, 50-50, because the third position is, $100. All right. Anyways, we'll communicate that with you. Okay. But it's good to see all of you for your faces. Thank you guys for joining. Absolutely clean crime people that we have on the call. Thanks a lot for joining. Really appreciate you guys. Okay. So we're looking forward to seeing you guys in further engagements. We're still going to be having so many other activities. So please don't hesitate to join our platform, join our engagement, join our activities and so on. It's good to see you, Henry. It's good to see you, Shegun, Rick, Ejiro, Oladimeji, Errol, everybody, literally everybody. If I would spend the whole day calling everybody's name, but thank you guys for joining. Really appreciate you. Have a wonderful day ahead. Bye, everyone. You can unmute yourself. Let's even say bye. Let's say shout 10Alytics and call it a day. Okay. So let me give you guys permission to mute yourself. Let me hear you guys. Okay, you can unmute yourself now. Let's shout 10Alytics.
Bye, 10Alytics. Everyone.
I love
Bye,
you.
everyone.
Love you. Analytics to the moon.
Analytics to the moon.
Bye.
Analytics to the world.
Welcome. It's a weekend.
I'm shooting on the call too. Bye.